all the events or all the scenarios or all the schedules. And for each program or for each budget, for each program you need to have different schedule. So you get different schedule, and for each program you need to make different budget. Hence you'll end up with different budget, and it is all of single use for that particular program, for that particular event, or for that particular production, or for that particular marketing campaign. So different event or different program you'll be having different budget and different schedules, and only for those programs, only for those plan, you will be using that particular planning processes. So hence that is what is called a single use plan. And in the other hand, we do have repeated. So repeated use plans, the spelling mistake is there, it is not planes, it is plans. Okay, repeated use plans, you can take screenshot of this. So in repeated repeated, you have objectives, or your ultimate organizational goal is going to be the same thing. So it is going to be you can have small modifications or no modification at all, but still you can have repeated objectives, and repeated policies are again repeated one. Okay, you cannot continuously revise your policies for every event occurring, or you cannot continuously revise your objectives based on your new program, or based on your new marketing campaign, or based on your new recruitment policy. You cannot recruitment process. So you cannot change your objectives, you cannot change your policies, procedures, strategies, rules for every marketing activity or for every HR activity. It is going to be the same, in the sense you will be using the same objective, you will be using the same policies, same strategies, same procedures, and same rules. So it is all of repeated kind of plans that we use. Once we plan our objective, we'll be using it forever, for across the whole year. And if we devise some strategies, of course we use it for across the year. So these are all the repeated use plans. And the other hand, we have single use plans. So repeated use plans are objectives, policies, strategies, procedures, and rules. And it is demonstrated very clearly in the material, and that you can go through. So these are the various types of plan. Have you all taken screenshot of it?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. So followed by, let us start module 3. You can go through this material. Okay, probably after completing the last class, I have received mail from 3 to 4 people. I will share you this material after the classes are over. I will share you the material, PPT, and everything. So this is all about decision making. So how do we make decisions? What are the different managerial decisions are available? What are the various techniques that we use? And in the techniques of decision making, management by objectives is one important technique that you need to go through well. So these are the various characteristics and types of managerial decisions, the policies, operating decisional, organizational decision, routine decisions, and programmed and non-programmed decisions, individual and group decision. These are the various types of managerial decisions that every organization, undergo. Every organization undergo these types of decision making. Yeah. And in module 3, we are going to discuss what is organization, the meaning and definition of organization, the purpose of organization, and to examine the principles of organization, differentiate the formal organization from informal organization, and to understand the various organizational structure. And I hope you all remember the organization structure which I showed you in the first class. Organization structure, it talks about the various levels of management, and in top level, who are the people. Yesterday also I was telling you that in the chat box. In the top level, like the CEO, CFO, CEO, and the board of directors and the chairman, founder, everybody comes into top level management. And the organizational structure talks about various designations and who are the people in that designation. For example, if you take your college, who is the chairman? The name of the chairman, name of the founder, name of the principal, name of the vice principal. And when you come to middle level, the vice principal, name of the vice principal, name of the, like teachers, who takes care of higher secondary as well as uh, the ninth standard and 10th standard, and followed by first standard to 8th standard. So name of the teachers. And in the bottom level, like the name list of the students in each class, or probably the class leaders, the class representatives, and followed by the students. So this organizational structure is going to tell you the designation, who is the sitting officer of that particular designation, and what are their roles and responsibilities to perform. For example, if you take chairman, what are the responsibilities? If you take vice principal, what are the responsibilities? If you take principal, what are the duties and responsibilities? If you take the class teacher of plus 1 and plus 2, what are the responsibilities? So organizational structure, it talks about the clear responsibility as well as clear duties, what one people should do in the organization for the organization. Okay, so that talks about the organizational structure. So all those things we are going to discuss in module 3. So you can see the term organization is derived from the word organism, which refers to a structure with its parts so integrated that relation to each other is governed by their relation to whole. So this is very very important, relation to each other. See, in any organization you cannot see people who don't work along with other person. Of course, every people or every responsible person should coordinate with other person, and you have to exhibit your duty, which means you have to connect with every people in the organization. Okay, so their relationship, which that you connect with other people, relation to other people is governed by the relation to the whole. And according to sociologists, organization is study of interactions of people, or the hierarchy of an enterprise. Yes. So the hierarchy is what I explained you now. Okay. So hierarchy is nothing but starts from top level, who are the people, what designation they possess, what duties and responsibilities that they have. Okay, what duties that they have to perform. If you come to middle level, again, what are the responsibilities, who are the people, what designations. And I hope you remember the organization structure which I have shown you. Do you remember the last class I have shown you? I mean, first class I have shown you. Can you see this image?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so this is the one, the top level, and followed by so he may be the founder of, the very first beginner of the organization, and followed by the CEO, CFO, and all people. And this is the middle level, and this is the bottom level or the operational level. Okay, so this particular person, what is his name and what is his duties? And again, if you take this, who is the CEO, what is his name, what are the responsibilities and the duties he do. And let's take this, the CFO, the designation is CFO. Who is the CFO, what is the name of the CFO, and what are the duties and responsibilities that he perform. So likewise, individual designation, and who is the person, name of the particular person, and their job responsibilities, what duties that they do possess. All these things are explained very clearly, demonstrated very clearly in this hierarchy. This is what is called organizational structure. Okay. Yeah. Coming back, um, hope this page is visible. Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
thanks. Fine. So organization is a structure. Obviously, when we talk about organization, it is of a structure because it has some formats. Okay, when something has a format, we call it as a structure. And organization, of course, it is also a process. Organization also acts as a process because it starts from some input and ends with some output, and it undergo various activities. Okay, so organization, of course, as a process. And let's talk about the nature and characteristics of an organization. So when you talk about organization, of course, you need to divide the labors, and you need to divide the job. Okay, divide the job into various tasks, and you have to divide the labor, and you have to assign individual employee a duty of doing or completing a particular task. Okay, and in the organization has a common purpose. Of course, no matter how many people, if you take CEO or CFO or vice principal or principal or the teacher or the manager, anybody, okay, anybody can be in the organization. They should work for a common purpose, which means they should work for a common objective. So that is what is called common purpose. And followed by, you need to have communication. Of course, in organization, you cannot work without communication. You have to coordinate with other people. When you want to coordinate with other people, you need to communicate with other people. Okay, so effective communication is very, very important for organization. Of course, responsibility and authority structure. So responsibility and authority structure is, for example, in my college I work, in my university I work as an assistant professor, and that is my designation, that is my authority. And as an assistant professor, what are the various responsibilities that I possess? So I have to take care of the teaching, I have to take care of the research, I have to take care of the administrative work of the organization of my university. So teaching comes under, it includes the innovative teaching methods, and what are the various the materials, the informations that I pass to the students, and how do I connect with the student. And if you take research part, every year that I have to go for completing 2 research papers or publishing 2 research papers, probably in Scopus, probably in Web of Sciences. The this is how my research part works on. And if you come to the administrative part, yes, of course, I'm also into the admission team, and I'm also leading the admission committee. So however, my responsibility is divided across various committee. So I have to take care of teaching, I have to take care of research, I have to take care of admission, and I have to take care of conducting various events. So however, all these are very important when it talks about responsibility of my authority. If I'm working as an assistant professor, I'm responsible for all these. So it is not only to me. Any people or any employee who works in an organization, they have their responsibility as well as their aligned authority to their responsibility. And the next one is people. Yes, of course, in organization we work as a team. So we have to work as a team, and we need to have a good team spirit and environment, a proper environment for every organization, the social environment, the political environment, the economical environment and the legal environment that emphasize on the organizational structure. And of course, when we talked about coordination, people, okay, when we talk about people or when we talk about communication, coordination is very, very important. I cannot work away from my team. When there are four people, all the four people need to coordinate. All the four people need to, yesterday also I was giving you an example. If you are working for human resource department, you have to coordinate with marketing department, you have to coordinate with the finance department, and when you are working with finance department, you have to coordinate with marketing department. So however, coordination with all the departments, coordination with all the employees in the organization is very, very important. And rules and regulations, okay, every organization, they communicate clear policies, they communicate clear rules and regulation which every employee should abide. Okay, so these are the various rules and regulations. So various characteristics of organization is division of labor, common purpose, communication, authority, responsibility, and people, environment, organization, and rules and regulations and policies that are followed in the organization. Do you have any doubt in characteristics of organization? Anybody? Shall I proceed then?
Yes, ma'am.
Can go.
Yeah. And the next one is purpose of organization. What importance it possesses. Okay. So organization is an assistance. The first point you can see, organization is an assistance to management which helps in effective accomplishment of organizational objective. So when you want to accomplish your organizational objective, this organization is going to assist you. An organization encourages and facilitates growth by providing framework. Yes, of course, organization gives you proper framework in the organization, and this framework is flexible in helping to meet out the challenges. If yes, of course, when I have some challenges, or when I face some pitfalls, or when I face some drawbacks and setbacks, obviously this organization is going to help me in developing a better opportunities to overcome those challenges, as well as to keen on my growth. And a sound organization structure ensures optimum and effective use of resources. Yes, when I have the organization structure, I don't need to identify whose responsibility is this particular task is. So when as a designation is assigned, responsibilities are assigned, so it is very easy to understand a particular task. Whom should do that particular task. Nowadays in every organization you can see the blame games. Usually what people do, if I ask some x says that it is the work of y. When I go to y says that it is x of z. When I go to z, he says that it is work of x. So again, people, they pass the blame as like a ball, to other people. None of them are ready to take the responsibility and to complete the task. So this organization structure talks very clearly who is responsible person to complete this particular task. Okay, in such way organization is helps. Organization structure is going to help by, as well as it helps in avoiding the duplication and wastage of efforts. Okay, so these are all the various purposes and importances of organization. And fourth, fifth, and sixth point talks about organization helps in creating creating stimulates creative thinking and initiation. Okay, pioneering, which is very, very important for any organizational member. And it also helps in improve the job satisfaction and morale. And it also helps to provide training and development to the employees at all the levels. Okay, and controlling of the workers and controlling of the workflow also. So these are the various purposes of organization. And coming to principles, and the characteristics or the importance and the principles are sounding the same. So again, the various 14 principles that we have seen. So the 14 principles again resonating with the organizational principles also. So let us not replicate it again. So I just move forward. Yes. Now coming back to what are the various formal and informal organization structures or organization. Just give me a minute. I'll come back. Yes. So the various forms of organization. One is formal organization and second one is informal organization. So coming to formal organization, it is well structured. You can see here. So it is well structured, well defined job positions with clear and definite measures of authority, responsibility, and accountability. You can take any IT company, you can take any manufacturing company. They have well structured plans, they have well structured organizational structure, they have clear plan, they have clear objective. So everything is well framed and there is a systematic framework. Okay, who needs to do what, and what is the first task, what is the second task, what is the third task. So everything is very clearly explained and clearly mentioned and determined, and that is why it is called formal organization. So formal organization consists of four elements. Division of labor, again the 14 principles repeats everywhere. Okay, you need to be very clear. The 14 principles are the common principles, and that is applicable to all the concepts that we discuss under principles of management. Okay, so you can see the four elements of formal organization: division of labor, organizational structure, functional process, and span of control. Okay, these are the four elements that talks about formal organization. And features of formal organization, you can see the top management designs the organizational structure to accomplish enterprise goals. Enterprise goals are nothing but organizational goals. When you want to accomplish, or when you want to complete, or when you want to attain organizational goal, the top management designs a proper organizational structure. So proper organizational structure helps you to accomplish the organizational goal. That is the important feature in formal organization. And the second point, organizational structure concentrates on the work to be performed, not on the individual who performs it. Okay, they don't concentrate on who does the work, but what work is done. Because as long as, or as far as organizational objective is concerned, what are the various tasks are completed, that is very important. And they least bother about who does the work. Probably who does the work is important when they go for appraisals, the performance appraisals, or when they want to go for increments, or when they go for promotions. Okay, only those time it matters about who did the work. But unless the other way, a very important thing is what are the various tasks are completed. Okay, for which this organizational structure, it focuses only on that. And the sentiments and value of the members of organization are ignored. See, you can become managers in future, or you may become employees in future. Please do understand that sentiments will not work anywhere in your organization. If you go and say, why are you late, and your boss is asking you why are you late, and if you say my mom is not feeling well, she fell down, I took her to hospital. Now nobody will listen. Nobody will listen whether your mother is sick or your father is sick or nothing. Okay, no sentiments will work. And organization culture, completely it is all of the professional background. No sentiments, no, of course value and moral is very very important. As an individual you need to possess value. I'm for it. When it comes to organizational structure or when it comes to professional environment, no meaning for sentiments at all. Okay, so that you need to understand. No boss will accept, or no colleague will accept if you say that your mother is sick and you are not able to complete the task. They'll fire you in a minute if you say that as a reason for not completing task, or coming late. Okay, no sentimental values will work out in any professional organization. That is what is formal organization is all about. And the specialization and division of work, the specialization and division of work are the basis for designing the organizational structure. Okay, designing the organizational structure which helps in achieving the efficiency. So you can see the formal organization's ultimate aim is to improve the operational efficiency. Okay, how far the works are completed, how frequently the works are completed, how quickly the works are getting completed. Okay, for which they have to go for division of work. How many of you are comfortable with Tamil here?
Yes,
I
ma'am.
think last class also, the first class also, I was talking you about the Tirukural, right? The book called Tirukural, written by Thiruvalluvar. So division of work, like identifying the right person for the right job. So that is very very important. Again I reiterate the couplet here. இதனை இவன் முடிப்பான் என்றுணர்ந்து அதனை அவன் கண் விடல். Okay, so you need to identify the task. இதனை, okay, what job. இவன் முடிப்பான், identifying the person. இந்த ஒர்க் இவன் கிட்ட கொடுத்தா அவன் கரெக்டா செய்வான் அப்படின்னா அது you have to identify, and you have to choose the person, and you have to give that particular work to him. அதனை அவன் கண் விடல், he will take care of it. Okay, so that is how you need to go for division of work and division of labor. It goes hand by hand, hand in hand. Okay, the division of work and division of labor. Okay, and authority and responsibility relationship. I cannot take only the designation, I should also take the responsibility. I should also take the accountability. I'm responsible for anything that goes wrong. I cannot simply say I'm assistant professor. I will not do teaching. I cannot say that. Assistant professor is my designation. It's my authority. And what responsibility I have? I have to teach. I have to mentor. I have to take care of the again as I told you, I have to take care of the research. I have to take care of the events. I have to take care of the admissions. So it is not just authority, it is also responsibility. So relationship between authority and responsibility also, it is also equally focused in formal organization. So these are the features of various formal organization. You have any doubt in this? Please
No,
note down
ma'am.
the 5 points alone. Don't write fully, just write that organizational structure helps to accomplish enterprise goals. And in the second point, organizational structure concentrates on work to be performed, not on the individuals. Sentiments and values of members of organization are ignored. So just write the important key point alone, the 5 points. Or if you want, you can also take for screen, go for screenshot. If you want, you can take screenshot also. Okay, coming to informal organization. So if you see informal organization from the name itself, you can understand it is completely not focused on objectives, not focused on development, not focused on growth, completely influenced by personal attitudes, completely influenced by emotions of the leader. See, formal organization, they don't follow any emotions. As I told you, no sentiments. If you come late and you say your mother is sick, nobody will understand. Nobody, it is not necessary for any formal organization to give space for sentiments. No space for sentiment at all in your professional environment. Okay. But informal organization has that. Informal organization, like, they, people attitude, it works a lot more than the work. Attitude, emotions, people likes and dislikes, whom they like, whom they don't like, they talk about other people, they talk about other people, their personal lives. And they don't work for the development of the organization at all. Okay, and it is not pre-planned. You can see here, informal groups or informal teams are not pre-planned. Okay, but in formal organization, we have seen it is well planned and well defined, isn't it? And this is how the informal organization works for. It works for people, not for the organizational goal. But formal organization works for organizational goal, not for the people. You understand the difference? And the features, you can see informal organization arises spontaneously. Why it comes spontaneously? Because there is no plan. When there is no plan, suddenly they frame some team, suddenly they make some team, suddenly they start working something, suddenly they dismantle the group. you know it goes without planning. So it is informal. An informal organization arises from the social and personal relations of people. It is a natural process which reflects human relationship. So, informal organization completely focuses on the human relationship, not on the work, not on the operational efficiency. And it is based on common taste, language, problems, religion, culture, the caste-based groupism. All those things happens here. And it is an informal organization. The membership is voluntary. Okay, they don't work on the employees efficiency, and they don't make groups. It is like, if I like something, I can join with the team, just because of the people. Okay, it is not because of the efficiency. So it is very very important to have a formal organization, no matter whether no matter about the size of the organization or number of the employees who work in the organization. You need to concentrate on whether your organization is formal or your organization is informal. So these are the important topics that are there in the module 3. Okay, so what are the various things that we discussed in module 3? So we have seen what is organization, and we have seen organization as a structure and organization as a process. Okay, it is a lean process. And what are the various characteristics of organization that we have seen? Followed by principles. So again, the 14 principles, some of the 14 principles replicates here. So principles also we have seen. And again, purpose. Okay, importance of organization we have seen. And types of organization, formal organization and informal organization we have seen. And next we are going to see about the forms of organization. Yes, what are the forms? Forms are nothing but how the group is worked or how the group is formed. Okay, you have line organization, you have functional organization, you have line and staff organization, committee organization, project organization, matrix organization, free form organization, and the last one what you have is fishbone organization that is newly introduced. I will show you few images for line organization. Just give me a minute. Yeah. So organization is where we have some structure, isn't it? Is it visible? This is line organization. Board of directors. Under that, managing director or general manager. Under manager, marketing manager. Again, production manager, finance manager. And again, every manager, like you have working manager, foreman, supervisors, and workmen. Okay, so this is the line organization. Based on the levels of the management, we follow the organization structure. Can you all see this?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes,
If you
ma'am.
want, you can
Yes,
take.
ma'am. Yeah.
If you want, you can take screenshot of it. Okay. Next, I will show you fishbone. I told you it is not there. This is something newly introduced. Fishbone organization images. Wait. Yeah. Just see this picture. I'm not able to open it in a full view. Can you see this? The fishbone diagram. So you can see missions, methods, materials, okay, personals, measurements, environments. So based on immediate activity, based on the immediate activity, like you'll be framing some groups. That is what is called fishbone diagram or fishbone organization also. It is completely based on the cause and effects. Cause and effects. Yes, you can also search actually. So line organization is completely based on the levels of management and functional organization is nothing but based on the various functional area. What are the functional areas? Yesterday we discussed human resource department, marketing department, finance department, accounts department, sales department, production department, R&D department. So these are the various functional areas. So organizational structure or teams are framed based on the function, based on the organizational, based on the different functional area. Then it is said to be functional organization. Okay. And next one is line and staff. So line and the staff is combination of Line organization, the first one, line organization is based on levels of management, yes or no? So the top level, middle level, and lower level. And the same way, line and combination of staff. Who are the people that are there in the top level? Who are the people that are there in the middle level? And who are the people who are the staff that are there in the lower level? So combining both these line and staff, you will be framing some group. That is what is called line and staff organization. How do you make the group? That is nothing but the, or the forms of organizations are nothing but how do you frame the groups, how do you frame the teams, whether it is based on levels of management or it is based on department level, based on the departments, or it is based on the committee, various committee. Say for example, if I'm in my university working as an assistant professor, so based on the line organization, I frame my team. I work under SRFMS, I work under MBA department, and I work committee. Let's imagine I'm put into some women empowerment cell. It is not department based, it is based on the committee. What committee? That committee is called women empowerment. So in women empowerment committee, I'm also from my department. Probably from engineering department one staff can be there, from pharmacy department one staff can be there, from medical college one staff can be there, from physiotherapy department one staff can be there. So committee is framed not based on the department. Are able to understand? It is based on the that particular committee called women empowerment committee. Okay, so committee, the team is framed, a committee is framed for emphasizing that particular committee called women empowerment committee. And again, admission committee, I am also into admission committee. So admission committee is not based on the specialization. They cannot have people only from finance specialization, or they cannot have people only from HR specialization. Admission committee is group of people where they belong to variety of specialization. So based on the requirement, they frame the team, followed by project. So project organization is nothing but immediately some 1 year project is assigned, or 6 months project is assigned, or 3 months project is assigned. So based on that project, they'll be framing a team. They'll be working as a team for individual project. So that is what is called project organization. And matrix organization. So matrix organization is, again I'll show you image of matrix organization so that you can understand easily. This is combination of two actually. Matrix organization is combination of two. Yeah. You can see this image. So yeah, is it visible? The matrix organization. In x-axis, you can see HR, finance, IT, marketing, operations. In y-axis, you can see project A, project B, project C. So matrix organization combines two organization. This is actually functional organization. You understand? This is actually functional organization based on the functional area. This is actually the project organization. Okay, so now let's imagine employee is assigned who is working for finance as well as project C. This is employee who is working for IT, also he is working for project A. So he is here. So again, the first one, project A, employee who is working for project A as well as he is working for HR. This one. So two different organizations are put in x-axis and y-axis respectively, and the same person can work for operation The same person can also work for project A. The same person work for operation, but he works for project B. Are you able to understand the differences? So this is what is called matrix organization. Is it clear? Can someone acknowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Right? So this is how the matrix organizations works on. Okay. And free form, there is something called a free form, which means there is no any structure at all. Okay, anybody can communicate and coordinate with anybody. They can collect data, and they can work, and they can exhibit their efficiency. There is no organization at all. There is no methods at all. There is no formats at all. That is what is called free form of organization. So these are the various forms of organization structure. How do we frame the organization structure based on the efficiency and based on the nature of work that we do? Are you able to understand what are the various forms?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So here you can see the line organization. You can take screenshot of this also. Line. So you can go through this material. They have given you clear what are the merits and demerits of each organizational structure, and this is example for functional organization. So production, marketing, finance, personnel. So again, they interchange the resources for different functional area. This also you can take. This is functional organization. And again, merits and demerits are explained. You can go through. So line and staff. Okay. I think you can go through it fully, because for each and every organization they have given. In the last class, probably next Saturday we'll be completing. We have 2 more units. I'll try to complete it in the last class, and I will share you the material also. Okay, committees, project organization. Yeah, matrix organization. You can see the same thing which I have shown you. And module 4 is all about authority. What are the various powers of power and authority? What is the meaning of the authority? Delegation of authority. So all those things we are going to discuss under unit 4. Okay, authority is what power is given to me. Okay, authority is what right is given to me as an assistant professor, as I explained you just before. Okay, so authority is the right to give orders, and power is to exact obedience. Authority is right to give the orders. If I'm giving command to my students, that is my authority. Okay, and the power is to exact obedience. I need to make them to abide by the rules, or abide by the orders which I put or which I post. That is what is my power. Okay, so authority and power, that is all we are going to see under unit 4. So what are the various features, what are the various sources of authority and its theory, and followed by um, yeah, So delegation of authority. Delegation of authority is nothing but how do you give the responsibility and give the authority to somebody else, probably to complete that task. For example, if I'm on leave today, let's imagine I'm on leave today. I'm the in charge for a particular class called first BBA. You're all in first BBA, right? So I'm in charge for first BBA today. For example, I'm on leave. So what I will do, I'll give my authority to my colleague, to my fellow colleague, to take care of the class. Yes or no? Somebody can come and teach you, or somebody can take care of you, somebody can monitor you, somebody can control you. So whatever power I have, whatever authority I have, I may not give the authority, but I can give the power to the other person, so that whatever work I have to do, that will be done by the other person only for one day in my absence. Okay. So how do I delegate my power? How do I delegate my authority is nothing but the delegation of authority. How I'm giving my power to the other people. Okay, that is what is delegation. Delegation, it is not only authority, even I'm delegating the duty also. Instead of I'm teaching you principles of management, I can ask my fellow colleague to teach you principles of management by today because I'm on leave. I can do that, right? So that is what is when I'm giving the work, or when I'm giving the authority, or when I'm giving the power to the other person to take care, that is nothing but delegation. Delegation is I'm just giving the responsibility to other people. Okay, that is nothing but delegation of authority. And even for authority, again, you have characteristics and purposes, functions, and various advantages and disadvantages. All those things are there. Probably in the next class we will see in detail about the delegation of authority. You have any doubt so far? And the last unit is all about centralization and decentralization. Again, the unit 4 and unit 5 we will explain in detail in the last class, probably next Saturday. You have any doubts so far?
No, ma'am. Ma'am, if you have any previous question paper, can you share it for?
Sorry.
If you have any previous question papers, can you
Previous
share it?
question papers you can access from Pondicherry University website itself. The problem is I don't work for Pondicherry University. I work for Sri Ramachandra Medical University, which is in Chennai. So the previous year question papers you can access from Pondicherry University website itself.
Okay. And also, yesterday I have mailed you, but it is
Yeah,
not.
yeah, yeah. I have received mail. Please wait. Next Saturday we'll be completing the classes. After completing the classes, I will mail you the PPT and this material. Both I will share you.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Thank you all.
Thank you.
You please stay back. The next faculty will join.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
My mail ID, ma'am. Please share me also. Humaira Banu, you please write to me. I'm just sharing my email ID once again. You please mail me, Humaira Banu.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Uh, I'll do one thing. Can you all post your phone numbers so that someone can make a group, and you can also share the materials in group also instead of mail.
We already have group, ma'am.
You have group. Do one thing. Add me into the group. I'll give my number. Wait. Add me into group so that I will share you, because it is very easy for me if I share it in WhatsApp. Just add my number in the group. Got my number? Or some informal group also you can make, and I can share you the materials, and you can remove me from the group. Anyone, can you please take responsibility? Indu,
Yes, ma'am.
you got my number in the chat box?
Ma'am, we will add this number. Just a minute.
Yeah, yeah. Please add my number so that I can share you the materials in WhatsApp itself. Then you can remove me. Okay. Okay, guys. Thank you. Let's meet next Sunday. Thank you all.
Okay,
Hindu,
ma'am.
you can find the numbers in the chat box. So many people are adding their numbers. You can please add them into the group.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Thank you all. Thank you all.
Good morning, dear students. Am I audible?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. So I'll share my screen.
Good morning, ma'am.
Yeah, good morning. So is my screen visible?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So good morning, everyone. So yesterday we were seeing the Unit 5, okay, in business communication. Some might have joined today. So the subject is business communication, and now we are in Unit 5. And yesterday I shared the material PPTs from Unit 1 to Unit 5. Hope you might have received it. Okay.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
Unit.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So in Unit 5 we have agency, insurance, import and export letters. So yesterday we had completed agency letters. Then letters asking for explanation for poor response. Poor performance and agency letters. Okay. Then today we have to see insurance correspondence and clearing and forwarding agents in Unit 5. Okay, then we will go to Unit 6 and 7. So insurance correspondence, there are various types of insurance like life insurance, fire insurance, marine insurance, and we have both public and private insurance companies too. So insurance correspondence, normally what happens in insurance correspondence? The one is letters in inquiring about the rate of premium for effecting insurance on a property. We will inquire about the rate of premium and also the terms and conditions. And nowadays from the insurance companies, they call us and they get the details, and it's not a big issue like previous days, right? Like a few years ago, it took a lot of time to get an insurance, but now everything is online and even those people contact us and it's easy for us. Okay. And another one is reply from the insurer quoting the premium to effect an insurance on properties against risk of fire. That is, so we are asking for, one person is asking for the rate of premium and insurer will provide the quote of the premium. Okay. So insurer is the one who provides the insurance and insured is the one who gets the insurance. Okay. Then another one is letter intimating the insurer about the fire accident and making a claim for loss of stock. Okay, suppose a fire accident happens, so they require the proof of that. Okay, so we can claim the loss of stock. So definitely when it happens, um, the owner comes to know, the owner of the particular property comes to know about the fire, and he takes some pictures, and the loss of stock is also explained to the insurance authorities. And again, in the case of accidents too, it happens. Okay, then settlement of claim for loss of fire and explanation is called for. Okay, here it's mainly mentioned about the fire insurance. The same it is with the life insurance and the marine insurance too. Okay, So in insurance correspondence, it's that's what happens. And regarding insurance correspondence also, you might get a letter. So already you have learned the structure of the letter. Okay. Then now clearing and forwarding agents. Yesterday I told you clearing and forwarding agents, they are related to the export and import. So export import procedures are very complex, and it is time consuming. It takes lots of time. So to save the time, what the exporter does, he avails the services of clearing and forwarding agent. In short, C&F agent. Okay, clearing and forwarding agent, because they are experts and well versed with the customs and shipment procedures. While exporting and importing, there are lots of customs and shipment procedures, and this clearing and forwarding agents, they are very clear about it. So the importer and exporters, they can save much of their time by availing the services of clearing and forwarding agents. Okay. And for smooth and timely shipment of the goods, the exporter must appoint a competent or an efficient C&F agent. And these clearing and forwarding agents, they take care of most of the functions connected with the exports, such as marketing, labeling, packaging of goods, advising on trade laws, then arranging local transportation, etc. So marketing, it's a process of getting the products available to the customers. And labeling, the name of the product, the details about the product, the ingredients, the price, manufacturing date, expiry date, all those will be mentioned on the cover. And packaging of goods, there is a difference between packing and packaging. Okay, so packing is just covering a product. Packaging, you are doing it mainly for protecting the product. So while packaging, what you do is that along with the labeling, I told you about labeling. In the same way, there will be some details about the product too. Like if a product is fragile, they will mention it is fragile. Okay. Then advising on the trade laws, what are the laws related to the export and import. And once the goods reach a particular place, they arrange for the local transportation too. So since all these are done by C&F agents, the exporters and importers find it easy to do the process. Okay, so this is about insurance correspondence and clearing and forwarding agents. So in Unit 5, we have agency letters, and then we saw how to draft a letter seeking agency. And this agency, they have to give the explanation. They have to explain the poor performance if they are asked for by the principal. Okay, so principal is the one who appoints the agent, and agent does the work for the principal. Okay, and different types of agency letters were discussed yesterday. Today we saw insurance correspondence and clearing and forwarding agents. Okay. So now Unit 6. So this is related to company secretaries correspondence. So you are learning business law too. I don't know whether you have any portions from company law. So we will know about the company secretary. Okay. So what are the correspondence done by the company secretary? Okay, correspondence with directors, correspondence with the auditors, correspondence with the registrar of the companies. Okay, then we will learn about agenda minutes, etc. Okay, noticed. So we will start about company secretary. Okay. So in any registered companies, there will be a company secretary. So this company secretary, this person can be called as the mouthpiece of the company or mouthpiece of the board of directors. Okay, he or she speaks for the board of directors. So that person, this company secretary, can be called the chief administrative officer of a company. So this person takes care of the administrative activities of a company. So this company secretary is usually appointed by the directors. So the qualification to be a company secretary may be CA, ICWA, all those things. Okay. So there should be a good administrator, and they should know about the accounts, all those things. Okay. So they are generally appointed by the directors, and they lay down the general policies of the company. And policies means guidelines for the decision making. So they lay down the general policies of the company, and it is implemented after the approval of the board of directors. Company secretary is appointed by the board of directors. Okay, and this person prepares the general policies, that is the guidelines for decision making, and they get approval from the directors, and then it is implemented in the company. So they follow directions and executes decisions taken by the directors, and they are the mouthpiece of the board of directors. They speak for the directors. Okay, so each and everything cannot be explained by the directors. So company secretary takes the responsibility, and they are the connecting link between the shareholders on the one side and the directors on the one side. So directors will not contact the shareholders directly. So company secretary, he or she, that person will be the connecting link between the shareholders and the directors. Okay, and this a company communicates with the outside world only through its secretary. So when the company conducts the annual general meeting, general body meeting, so then a class meeting, shareholders meeting, directors meeting, so all these are arranged by the company secretary, and company secretary keeps these people informed about the meetings. Okay, so the company communicates with the outside world only through its secretary. So informing the shareholders about the meeting, so mails are sent, they are kept informed, annual general meeting is organized, everything is done by the company secretary. Okay, then now we will see the correspondence of the company secretary with various people like shareholders, directors, auditors, etc. So correspondence with shareholders. So they deal with the complaints regarding non-receipt of notice of meeting. They send the notice of meeting to the shareholders. Sometimes they might not receive the notice. Okay, the reason might be the person might not be available, or there might be any problem with the mail IDs. So people might not receive the notice of the meeting. If they don't receive, what happens? They couldn't attend the meeting. So company secretary has to handle the complaints regarding non-receipt of notice of meeting, information regarding the future prospects of the company. They inform the shareholders about the future prospects of the company. What are the future plans? So in the annual general meeting, they read the annual report for the particular year. So the shareholders, they are aware of the activities of the organization, company, and at the same time the forthcoming plans of the company is also read in the annual report. Then please for higher rate of dividend for the year in view of comfortable profits position of the company. So shareholders, they receive dividend based on the profit of the company. So when the company achieves more profit, the shareholders, they play or they require for a higher rate of dividend for the shares they have taken, and they request for the inspection of books. Okay, so companies, they have prospectus. So prospectus, it is an open document of a company, and the shareholders, they have the right to request the company to go through the prospectus. Okay, so the prospectus explains the activities of the company. So the shareholders, they have the right to request for the prospectus, and they can go through it. Okay, so this is the correspondence of the company secretary with the shareholders. Then correspondence of the company secretary with directors. So already we had seen that company secretary, they are the mouthpiece of the board of directors. So her suggestion to the company to implement some changes. So company secretary, if they find some discrepancies, or if they find that, if they feel that some changes have to be implemented by the company or implemented in the company, they inform the directors. Okay, they give suggestions to the directors, and directors, if it finds suitable, they implement in the company. And the company secretary sends reports of the proceedings of the board meeting which the director concerned did not attend. If a particular director did not attend the meeting, it is the duty of the company secretary to send the proceedings, okay, that report to the concerned director who didn't attend the meeting. Okay. Apart from this, they also prepare the minutes, but to the directors who did not attend, who were not able to attend the meeting, the proceedings of the meetings to be sent. The report should be sent. Okay, and they sent information regarding some special agenda and request the attendance of the directors at the meeting. Okay, then they send the agenda to the directors, so the directors will be clear about what is going to happen, and they also request the attendance of the directors at the meeting. So whoever is attending the meeting, they are liable to mark the attendance during the meeting. Okay, and they make unofficial enquiries with the director about his personal interest in a contract to be discussed at a board meeting. So before the meeting, the company secretary will have a discussion with the board of directors. Okay, so they discuss what are the things or what are the details to be discussed during the meeting. So the board of directors and the company secretary, they are clear about the matters to be discussed in a meeting. Okay, so when they are clear, they can explain it clearly, and the people who attend, especially the shareholders, they will be clear about the activities of the company. Okay. Then correspondence with the auditor. The duty of the auditor is to audit the finance of the company. So they write to the auditors to enlist their cooperation in the timely completion of the audit work. So they request the auditors to complete the audit work on time. Okay. So correspondence with shareholders, correspondence with directors, correspondence with the auditors. So a particular date is fixed and the date is informed to the auditor. So they come to the office, or they fix a day or days, and they get approval from the company, and the auditing work is done. Okay. Then the correspondence with the registrar of the companies. So as a principal officer, okay, so this company secretary, that person is the chief administrative officer of the company. He's the principal officer of the company. He's the mouthpiece of the board of directors. So as the principal officer, a company secretary has to file various returns and documents with the registrar of joint stock companies as per the provisions of the Companies Act. So the latest Companies Act is Companies Act 2013. Okay, 2013. That year, the latest Companies Act is in 2013. Okay, so the company secretary has to file various returns and documents with the registrar of joint stock companies. So every year they have to file the returns with the registrar of joint stock companies. Okay, so this is the correspondence with the registrar. Okay. Then another one is company secretary prepares the notice. So what is the purpose of notice? So before a particular meeting, the notice has to be given to the shareholders. Okay, that is to be given. Okay. So this notice, what are the contents of the notice? The notice should specify the time, place, and date of the meeting along with the program for the meeting. Okay, that means they have to attach the agenda to. Okay, they have to mention the time, they have to mention the venue, they have to mention the date, and also the agenda of the meeting. Okay, so when you mention the time, the starting time and the end time, so accordingly the people can adjust the time and attend the meeting. So it should be sent to every member of the company entitled to attend the meeting. So whoever is eligible to attend the meeting, the notice should be sent to those people. Okay. to the legal representatives of the deceased members. Deceased members, members means the members who are dead. Okay. So if a particular person is not alive, the legal representative of that particular person should be kept informed about the meeting, okay, and to the auditors of the company. So the notice is sent to the every member of the company entitled to attend the meeting, legal representatives of the deceased members, and also to the auditors of the company. So all these people, after they receive the notice, they attend the meeting. Okay. So it is the duty of the company secretary to prepare the notice of a particular meeting, notice and agenda of a particular meeting. Okay. So this is about notice. Now agenda. So what is meant by agenda? In our institution too, or in our organization where we work, we prepare agenda when any program happens. Okay. So agenda means things to be done. So we prepare an agenda, and it is kept on the dais for the reference of the guests. So it is the program for the meeting sent along with the notice for the meeting. In case of an organization, agenda means along with the notice, this agenda is also sent. So this should be prepared in consultation with the chairman of the company. Okay. So after the approval of the chairman, this agenda and notice are sent to the people who are entitled to attend the meeting. So routine matters should be given the priority and matters requiring lengthy discussions later. So the routine matters, the daily matters should be given more importance. Okay. And the things which require lengthy discussions, that will be given least importance. So for a program, when we prepare an agenda, we mention the time, the starting time, right from the for example, if it starts by 10 o'clock, 10 o'clock prayer, then 10:05 welcome speech. So we prepare along with the time. Okay, that is the detailed agenda. So agenda means things to be done. Okay. Along with the notice of the meeting, agenda is also sent by the company secretary to all the people who are entitled to attend the meeting. Okay, this is about agenda. Now about minutes. It is obligatory or it is mandatory under the Companies Act for all the companies to maintain a record of the proceedings of the meetings in a book called Minutes Book. So in every company, there will be a book called Minutes Book. Okay. So what is the purpose of this Minutes Book? So Minutes Book is used to record the minutes of the meeting or to record the proceedings of the meetings, like the date of the meeting, venue of the meeting, time of the meeting, number of people who attended the meeting, who delivered the welcome speech, who read the annual report, who are the members, people who spoke in the meeting, who delivered the vote of thanks. So all these details will be recorded. Okay. So all this will be recorded in the minutes book, and in the next meeting, before the commencement of the next meeting, the minutes are read. Okay. So all the members give the approval for the minutes of the previous meeting. Okay. So in case of any clarification, the members can raise the questions and necessary changes will be made. Okay. So it is mandatory or obligatory under the Companies Act for all the companies to maintain a record of the proceedings of the meetings in a book called Minutes Book, kept for the purpose. See, the objective of writing and keeping minutes is to have a clear and correct record of the decisions taken at a meeting. Okay, so that is a record. It's a record because it is written or it is typed. So it is a permanent record and it can be used for the future reference. So before the commencement of the next meeting, the the board of directors, they can go through the minutes and they will be able to recollect what are the details that were discussed in the previous meeting. Okay. So these are the details in the unit 6, that is company secretary's correspondence. That is, we saw who is the company secretary, what are the responsibilities, and company secretary's correspondence with the shareholders, with the directors, with the auditors, with the registrar, Then we saw the difference between, the meaning of notice, agenda, and the minutes. Okay. Now in Unit 7, we will see about official correspondence and public relations. Official correspondence and public relations. So official correspondence. What is meant by official correspondence? So it can be a communication between one government official and another, or between one government official and an individual, an institution, a firm, or an organization. So this is called official correspondence. So when you are asked to write the meaning of official correspondence, you can write this. Official correspondence refers to the communication passing between one government official and another, or between one government official and an individual, an institution, a firm, or an organization. Okay. So since it is an official correspondence, it will be a formal letter. So formal in tone and does not reveal any personal relationship. Even though those two people have personal relations, it is not shown in the letter. It cannot be depicted in the letter. Okay. It should be completely formal in tone. Okay. Then it will always be brief and to the point. Okay, it should not be too elaborate. It should be brief and to the point. These government officials and other top officials, they will be busy with lots of activities, lots of work. Okay, official work they have. So the letter should be brief, should be formal in tone, and it should be up to the point. Okay. And what is the purpose of the official letter? The main purpose of the official letter is to serve the official interest. Its nature is official. It is not uh, personal, or it is not for business purpose. Okay, so it is more of official. Uh, that is the purpose of the official letter. Then what is the purpose of the business letter? This is to create or maintain business or business relations. So that is purely business. So official letter, normally it will be brief and to the point, but business letters can be a bit lengthy. Okay. So there also we cannot be more personal in business letters too. So in business letters, the main purpose is to maintain a proper relation, cordial relation between the people who uh, do the business or who runs the business. Okay, but the purpose of official letter, since it is more of a official interest, its nature is official. Okay. Then here we'll see the difference between business and official letters. I've taken this one from business communication articles. Okay. So that's why I have given the citation here. It's taken from business communication articles. Okay. So difference between business and official letters. So the points of difference it's given here, or the criteria for the differentiation is given in the left side. And here we have two columns, official letter and the business letter. Okay, as we know, the purpose of the first criterion is purpose. The purpose of official letter is to serve this official interest. And what is the purpose of the business letter? Is to create or maintain business or business relation. Okay, so official interest is just official, important matter alone. So, but in business, people might meet each other, and again for follow up, also they might send a business letter. But in official letter, there is no follow up letters. Okay. Nature is official in case of official letter, and in business letter, the nature is completely purely business. Okay. Then third criterion is subject. An official order, instruction, circular, and notices are expressed through an official letter. Okay. Sorry. So an official order, instruction, circular, and notices are expressed through an official letter. Okay, that is the subject matter of official letter. Okay, so an official order is an official letter. An instruction given by the government official, it is an official letter. The circular, notices issued by the government officials, these are all examples for official letters. Okay, then subject matter of business letter. various functions of business such as trading, manufacturing, marketing, human resource activities, procurement of materials, acquisition and disposal of assets, credit management, advertisement of the product line, liaison with the various private and government bodies are dealt through the business letters. So for all these purposes, okay, business letters are used, because from these terms itself you can be very clear that all these are related to the business. Okay, so for all these purposes business letters are uh, used. Okay, then fourth criterion is structured. We learned that official letter is completely purely official, so it has to be formal. So specific and predetermined structure is required to be followed to write official letter. Okay, but in business letter any type of formal structure can be followed here. Okay, so in an official letter there is a predetermined structure. Okay, this is the format. Okay, and in business letter the formal structure that is followed by the business, they can use that formal structure. Okay, then salutation. In official letter there may or may not be salutation. Okay, you can use or you may not use salutation, but in business letter salutation is compulsory. You know what is meant by salutation, like dear, Mr., Miss, respected, all these are salutation. Okay, so in official letter, when it is a circular or notice, definitely there won't be salutation. When it's an official order instruction, there may not be salutation, but in a business letter salutation is compulsory. Okay, then complimentary clause. Yesterday we saw what is meant by complimentary clause. Yours faithfully, yours sincerely, then yours truly. These are complimentary clause. Okay, there is no complimentary clause in such letter. It's not a requirement, because in official order instruction circular notices we do not mention um, like yours faithfully, yours truly, all those things. But in business letter courteous complimentary clause is must. Okay, like it is a must, it is important. Yours faithfully, yours truly, all those things should be clearly mentioned. Okay, and method used. Official letter can be direct and indirect method. Okay, sometimes the government officials directly issues the order, instruction, circulars, or notice, or through some organizations they might issue the orders. And in business letter, it is completely direct, or it is from business to business. Okay, so it uses the direct method. Then size. We already saw that the official letter should be brief. So the size is smaller than the business letter, and in business letter the size is larger than the official letter. Then use of language. So completely formal language is used. Okay, uh, it's written in terms of the specific and traditional language. You shouldn't, this is not the official letter is not a thing to express your vocabulary, or this is not, that is not a letter to show your vocabulary. So, okay, you have to be up to the point, and it should be written in a specific and formal language. But in a business letter it can be more convincing and an attractive language can be used. Okay, because it is the main purpose of business letter is to impress a person, so you can use convincing and attractive language. And the 10th criteria, relation. Under official letter, the relation between a sender and the receiver, it's not significant at all. But in a business letter, relation is the key factor. The business letter, it shows the or it shows the, goodwill or reputation of the organization and also the person too. So relationship is the key factor under the business letter, but under official letter relationship is not a matter at all. If an official gives the instruction, it is a responsibility of the people to obey it. Okay, so these are the differences between official letter and the business letter. The criteria for the differences. Okay, points of difference, it's given in the left side, and here it's explained about the official letter, and here about the business letter. Okay, now we'll see demi official letters, or in short dear letters. So, a letter written by one official to another with a personal touch in view of the importance of the subject or its urgency. If it's an emergency case or it is an urgent case, it is written by one official to another with a personal touch. For example, maybe some clarification. Maybe they both belong to the, maybe two IAS officers, they both belong to the same cadre. So, in case of some clarification, so they will send letters with a personal touch to get clarification in some cases. Okay, so such type of letters are called demi-official letters, and in short, it is called DO letters. Okay. Then let's see about memorandum. Memorandum, in short, it is called memo. So it is a special type of office communication, and it is usually used within the organization, that is between the departments and offices of equal standing, when the matter is to be informed immediately or when the official is a subordinate. Okay, here no salutation used and no complimentary clause. Okay, it is just like a notice. Okay, so it is used to circulate within the organization, and sometimes you might have heard in government institutions. Suppose any mistake is happened on the part of the employee, memo is issued. Okay, it's like a warning. Okay, so salutation may not be used, in the official memo, that is for the information to be circulated among the departments, and not complimentary clause also may not be used, but the words by order will be there. Okay, by order, and the person's name will be there. By order production manager, or by order the deputy manager operations. Okay, so that is followed by the signature of the officer issuing the memorandum along with his designation. As I told you now, the signature and the designation. As I told you, deputy manager, the manager of a particular department. Okay, so this memorandum, it is briefly referred to as memo. It is an example for official communication, and it is used in the organization to circulate some important information between the departments or between the people. Okay, and no specific salutation or complimentary clause. They use the words by order. Okay. Then endorsement. It is the briefest form of official communication. Okay. So one organization, they have received a letter. The copy of the original letter will be taken, and that will be forwarded to the third party with the writing or endorsement, forwarded for information, or forwarded for necessary action. Okay, or forwarded for remarks. For example, in an organization, the production manager has received a mail. So it hasn't come directly to the production manager, but to the official mail of the organization. So the concerned person takes the print, and it's written, kind attention, production manager, his name. Okay, so and the date also will be mentioned, and whoever is forwarding the letter, his or her sign also will be there. So that letter reaches the production manager, and he can go through the mail and take necessary action. Okay, so the copy of the original letter will be taken, and the same will be forwarded to the third party with the writing or endorsement. So what will be the writing or the endorsement? Forwarded for information, for necessary action, forwarded for remarks. And for this endorsement, no covering letter will be sent, and no opinion will be expressed on the communication received. The just letter will be forwarded. Okay, no opinion will be given by the person who took the print, or who has given the or who has forwarded the letter to the production manager. Okay, that particular person, to the third party. Okay, this is endorsement. So endorsement is the briefest form of official communication. Okay. Now communiques, pronounced as communiques. So sometimes any matter of public importance has to reach the public at large, or it is like a special kind of notification issued by the government. So this is normally issued through newspapers. This is called communique, and it serves 5 major purposes. what are the 5 major purposes? To inform, to express feelings, to imagine, to influence, and to meet social expectations. Okay, so this is normally this notification is issued by the government, so it has to reach the public at large. Okay, so matters of public importance, like for example, uh, maybe regarding a power cut, or regarding the concession of a bridge, so that the traffic is diverted. Okay, so all those things are communiques, like it has to reach the public at large, so a special kind of notification. Okay, and it serves 5 major purposes too. Okay, so this is called communiques. Then about circulars. Circulars are written when the communication is to be brought to the attention of several persons or departments. So in an organization, if the communication has to be reached to a large number of people, circulars are written. Even yesterday we saw what is meant by circular. If the same information has to be transmitted to a large number of people, circulars are used. So this might take the form of a letter, a memorandum, or an endorsement. Okay. Then notifications. Notifications, it is meant for the information of the officer concerned as well as the general public. Examples for notifications are appointments, promotions, retirements, resignations, dismissals, and such matters. Termination, layoff. Okay, all these are examples for notifications. So the officer, usually the head of the institution, or the head of the organization, or other officer, will sign the notification with his or her designation. Okay, so regarding all these things, notifications are sent: appointments, promotions, retirements, resignations, dismissals, terminations, then layoffs, etc. Okay, so this is meant for the information of the officer concerned as well as the general public. Okay, this is about notifications. Then now we will see public relations. Then what are the aims and objectives of public relations? Okay, so public relations, maintaining a good relation with the public, between the organization and the public. So public relations, it is a deliberate, planned, and sustained effort to establish and maintain mutual understanding between an organization and the public. So it is essential for an organization to maintain public relations. What is the purpose? It enhances the goodwill or reputation of the organization. So it is a deliberate, or it is a planned, or it is a sustained effort by an organization. Okay. And what are the aims or objectives of public relations? So the aims are to build the image of the company, its products and brand. Okay, the reputation of the company, or to build the goodwill of the company. Then to develop brand loyalty among the customers. So when a customer thinks about a product, immediately that particular brand comes to the mind of the customer. What is the reason? The customer, he or she established that brand in his mind. So his or she is not.
తల్లపిల్లడి తంగపిల్లడి
So he. So please mute the mic, okay? So the customer is loyal to that particular brand. Okay, so to develop brand loyalty among the customers. Third point, to build the morale of the employees and ensure the cooperation and loyalty. Okay, once the public relations is established in an organization, the reputation or goodwill of the organization, it's enhanced. So that boosts the morale of the employees. You know, when we say that I belong to this particular company, because that company has got a goodwill in the society. So when we say that we belong to the company, our morale is high. So when the morale is high, our performance will be improved, and our productivity also will be high. Okay, so to build the morale of the employees and to ensure the cooperation and loyalty of the employees, public relations is important. Then to develop business by increasing the turnover. Okay, so when the turnover increases, the profit is naturally increased. And this public relations, it is used as a bridge between the company and the public. So there will be some people for this public relations, mainly a public relations officer. So he is the bridge between the organization and the public. Okay, so it is his responsibility to create the reputation or to create the goodwill for the organization. Okay, and what are the various methods of public relations? We have press release, exhibitions, trade fairs, fashion shows, consumer meets, open house, film, television, sponsoring of sports cultural events, printed literature, villages adoption, press conference, direct mail advertising, then advertising letter. Okay. Now we will see the methods of public relations. So how the relations are established between an organization and the public. What are the various methods? So first one is press release. So the company may arrange for publication of special feature articles in leading newspapers. So it gives publicity for the company. Sometimes the managing director or CEO of a company, they prepare a special feature or they prepare a particular article in the leading newspapers. So that gives publicity to the company. So it boosts the morale of the employees, because when they see, okay, the particular company is featured in a particular leading newspaper, so that moves the morale of the employees. Then exhibitions, trade fairs, fashion shows, etc. So the company can build public relations by participating in exhibitions, trade fairs organized by the government or trade associations, and even they can sponsor some fashion shows, like in a particular state or in a particular district, like for example Mr. Pondicherry or Miss Pondicherry. So such fashion shows can be sponsored by the organization. Okay, or uh, any particular event, maybe blood donation, maybe a job fair. Such fairs also can be sponsored by some organizations. Then consumer meets. Public relations can be built by redressing the public and customer grievances. Okay, so if an organization is concerned about the customers, they will be ready to redress the grievances of the customers. Okay, at the same time, they have to redress the grievances of the public, if any. So for that, they conduct the consumer meets. Then open house. So it is an open meeting to get the feedback from the personnel and the public. Personnel means the employees working in the organization. Okay. Next is film and television. Specially produced films and programs on particular themes such as healthcare, sports, religions, entertainments, etc. may be sponsored by the company on television. Okay, or even companies, they can prepare some short films on a particular matter. For example, maybe about a particular village, or about about the environmental issues. Okay, so all these will enhance the reputation of the organization, and it helps them to build good relations with the public. Okay, so they can even sponsor the programs on televisions, or even they can prepare short films. Okay, and they can share with the public. The sponsoring of sports cultural events also builds the public relation. Okay, then printed literature. Okay, printed literature may be sent to the public by direct mail to build public relations. Even yesterday we were discussing like sending circulars. That means the same content should be sent to a large number of people. So to build public relations to direct mail is sent to the public to build public relations. Then village adoption scheme. Okay, so village adoption scheme can be taken or can be done by the nationalized bank to provide credit to the farmers, or even some reputed organizations can adopt a village, and the children in that village can be provided free education. Women in that particular village can be provided with with some training programs like handicrafts, tailoring, and some sewing machines can be given to the ladies so that they can earn a living. Okay, so some organizations, as part of the CSR is corporate social responsibility, they adopt a particular village and they provide required facilities to that particular village, and they uh, try to bring up the deprived community. Okay, so village adoption scheme, the press conference. So press conference, it's an event organized to officially provide information and answer the questions from the media. It is also announced in response to specific public relations issues. Okay, so press conference can be organized by some organizations to address any public issue if they found it to be useful. Okay, so they are ready to answer questions from the media and the public. Okay, press conference. Next one is direct mail advertising. So it is a form of outbound marketing. Okay, so apart from outside the organization, so its main purpose is to contact the potential customers directly. Okay, they might use letters, postcards, then pamphlets, brochures, catalogs, etc. to reach the potential customers. So all these will help the business to reach the audience at large and personalize their messages to target specific demographics. Maybe a specific demographics means like maybe if they want to concentrate on the youth, they will contact them, or a particular group of people like maybe teachers or doctors or lawyers. So accordingly, they will customize the mail and or customize the material, and they try to reach the potential customers. Or in case if you are thinking about the industrial customers, if they want to concentrate on hotel business, they will customize their materials. If they want to target on the hospitals or educational institutions, they customize their materials accordingly. Okay, direct mail advertising. Then advertising letter. So what is an advertising letter? It is a formal letter written by the representative of a company to a customer or a potential customer as a part of the advertising campaign of the company. Okay, so advertising letter is uh, sent by from the company to a customer or a potential customer. Potential customer is not a customer; he is just a prospect. He might become a customer in future. Okay, so to in order to attract or in order to convert that potential customer to a uh, definite customer, advertising letter is sent. Okay, so these letters inform the customer about the special features of the company and the upcoming discounts and offers. Okay, so advertising letter is sent to keep the potential customers informed about the upcoming or the forthcoming discounts and offers. Okay, so that's all in unit 7. Okay, so in unit 7, we were seeing about official correspondence and public relations. So we had seen what is meant by official correspondence, then differences between business and official letters, business letter and official letters, and we had 10 criteria in differentiating the official letter and the business letter. Then we saw what is meant by demi-official letter or DO letters. Then we saw what is memorandum. Then what is endorsement, communiques, circulars, notifications. Then we saw public relations. What are the aims or objectives of public relations? What are the various methods of public relations? Okay. So here I have given questions from each unit. Okay. So I have taken a few questions. Apart from this, you can also refer your study material, because in your study material at the end of each chapter, certain questions are given. Okay, apart from that, I have given certain questions here for each unit. Unit 1 is here, then unit 2, unit 3, unit 4, unit 5, unit 6, unit 7. Okay, So we have completed unit 7. So I have prepared questions till unit 7. So I'll do one thing. Today I will, whatever details are handled today, okay, the portions, 2 units, and these questions I will share with the people whom I shared yesterday, okay. So you can post in the WhatsApp group, okay. So in the next class, I think maybe next Saturday, we will complete the unit 8. I think by next Saturday, the classes will be over, okay. So as I told you, in case of any clarification, you can contact me through my email ID. So do you have any doubts or clarifications in today's class? If not, you can even know.
No, ma'am, it's fine.
Okay, thank you. Hope it is clear to everyone too. In case of any clarifications or doubts, Rinsa Harris, are you in WhatsApp group? Or you may please contact anybody here, and you may please join the WhatsApp group, because I think I have already posted the notes in WhatsApp group. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. Though my notes are not available in university website, university has given a separate study material. Okay. So based on syllabus, I have prepared the PPT. You all can do one thing. You can refer both my PPT and the material provided by the university. Okay. That's what Rinsa, the notes were given yesterday itself. They have posted in the WhatsApp group. Okay. You may please join the WhatsApp group. Okay. Or you may please contact me through my mail ID. I can send you. Okay. My mail ID is given here, ann@sgcpty.com. Okay.
Ma'am, can we add you to the WhatsApp group? Directly you can post all the materials which you feel like.
Yeah, you may please add me. Okay. I'll post my WhatsApp number here. Okay.
Huh, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, my name, I'm Ann, okay, and my WhatsApp number is here, okay. So some other students are also providing the number. Please add them also to the group. Abarna has raised the hand. Any query, Abarna? Do you have any query?
No, ma'am.
Okay, okay. Yeah. So you may please use the notes which I provide, and also the notes provided by the university. Okay. So you can go to the website, Pondicherry University DDE, Directorate of Distance Education, DDE. When you open that, you can get the uh, courses. And when you go inside the courses, you can see BBA, or even you can see the materials, previous year's question paper, then material, videos, YouTube videos, all those things are given in the university website. Okay. So you can go through it. Okay. So it's not a tough paper, it is an easy paper. Okay, definitely you will have letter, and you know the structure of the letter. When you learn the structure of the letter, easily you can write a letter. Okay, definitely there will be questions to draft letters. So even I have given questions too. Even I have given questions for drafting the letters, and also some theory questions too. And the 2 question papers which were available in the university website, I have given that in PPT too. Okay, so today I'll share the units 6 and 7. Okay, notes of unit 6 and 7. So in that you will have questions from unit 1 to 7 too. Okay, unit 1 to 7. Okay, so hope everything is clear till today, and I'll stop presenting. Okay, so you may please add me too in the WhatsApp group, and I'll share the notes there. Okay. So, dear students, some others also have posted their numbers here, so please add them too in the WhatsApp group. Okay. And one request, please use the WhatsApp group only for the official purpose. Okay, only for the academic purpose. Please don't misuse others' numbers. Okay. Thank you. So, thank you, everyone. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. So we will wind up and see you all in the next class. Take care and have a great week ahead. Thank you.
ఉడిగింది కట్ నాకు
Anybody has ma'am's number? I think she has only given email, no?
No, she gives a number. I have sent a link to her.
Can you please add her? And to our WhatsApp group, okay?
I already sent a link to her, but she's not added it.
Sure.
Checking the message. Who is making the WhatsApp group?
Good morning, all. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Have you gone through the yesterday's presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So yesterday we discussed about posting journal into the ledger. Sometimes they will ask you to prepare a ledger directly instead of preparing journal. You have to post into the ledger directly. So by the time when you are clear with the gap rules or golden rules, then only you can able to understand. So for example, Ram started business with the capital. So what is the transaction we have to keep it in our mind itself? Ram started. Ram is a person, proprietor, started the business. So credit the giver. So Ram is a person. What is the personal account norms? Debit the receiver, credit the giver. Ram is giving to the business. So Ram account to be credited. So what is getting in inside? Cash is getting inside. So cash will comes under the real account. So cash account data to Ram's capital account. We don't need to mention the Ram's account in Ram's business itself. So capital account. So cash account debited. So in debit side of cash account, we have to mark to capital. So capital account is credited. In credit side of capital account, we have to mark to by cash account. Like that, directly we have to push into the ledger. Then whether the ledger or a journal prepared as per the rule or as per the dual account system are posting into the ledger properly or not, that can be summarized or verified with the help of trail balance. So trail balance we started to prepare yesterday. Okay. So trial balance will show the total debit balance and total credit balance. Since we are preparing the dual account concept, we are following the double entry systems. The both debit transaction will have the equal amount of credit transaction. So a transaction, for example, capital is recorded in two places. One is ordered into the cash. Another side, it become liability to the business. So that's so we are posting into the debit as well as credit. So here, this rule we have to keep it in our mind. Debit all expenses and assets. Why we have to debit all expenses and assets? Debit in nature, and credit all incomes and liabilities. So whatever the income, that is the income is not owned by the business. It is the income of proprietor. It is a liability of business to give back the capital as well as give back the credit income arised due to the capital. So both should be settled by the business to the proprietor. That's so it is called liability. So when income is increasing, the business liability will increase because the income earned through the business that will be added with the capital of proprietor. So when income is increasing, profit is increasing, automatically the capital will increase because no businessman going to use all the profit for his purpose, personal purpose. He will use the profit for business rotation purpose. So his capital value will increase than the what he contributed at the initial stage. So here you see cash account shows the debit balance. So the next month balance, carry down balance only we have to take. Sorry, brought down balance only we have to take. So what the brought down balance of cash account shows? Cash account shows the 4,95,000. So it is called a debit balance. 4,95,500 debit balance we recorded. Capital account will show the credit side balance 5 lakh rupees we recorded, and purchase is the expenses. Expenses will show the debit balance 14,000. 3 purchase debit balance expenses. You can verify with this rule whether we are recording debit or credit. We have to verify with this rule. And after the purchase, Kannan, who is called Kannan? Kannan is a creditor because we purchased the goods from Kannan. So Kannan is a creditor. It is a liability of business to give back. How much the Kannan account shows? 10,000 rupees. So credit balance, Kannan account, 10,000. 5 account head 5. After Kannan account, sales. Sales is the revenue. Revenue will show or income will show the credit balance. So sales 15,000. Office equipment 5,000 is the asset debit balance. Sales 15,000 is the income, and 6 office equipment is the asset. 5,000. And next, advertisement is expenses. Carriage charge is expenses. Salary is expenses. Advertisement 2,000. Carriage charge is 500. Salary 8,000. All are considered as expenses. Carriage expenses, salary, salaries account. Now we have recorded all transaction into the 9 accounting head. Okay, so now you can check whether the both debit and credit balance is tallying or not. Can you tell me what is the balance of both? Whether we lift anything? If it is not tally, we have to assume that we have left something. Just 14,000. Yeah, can you tell me now whether it is tally? Keep calculator with you, please. 4,95,000 plus 14,000 plus 7,500 plus 8,000. So total 5,24,000. Ah,
Something is missing, so.
yeah. 4,95,500. The cash balance. Yeah, 4,95,500. Now you can identify that the both the side will be 5,25,000. Whether it is correct? You see now the both the side is tallying. That means we have recorded all transaction properly and posting also done by us properly. Then the summarization of accounts, it shows cash account, total cash transaction, total capital transaction, purchase, total purchase from the Kannan, sales, etc. So it shows the 5,25,000. This is called a correct trial balance. Are you clear? Do you have any doubt?
No, sir.
Okay. So we have total 30 members in this group, 31 members including me. Please come forward. Okay, since it is a problem paper, so if you have doubt, you can get clarification immediately. Okay, and tell me the answer. It should be an interactive class, interactive session. Otherwise, I'll get bored. Okay, so it is correct. Sometimes they may going to give error transactions. Okay, but the total will tally. Or sometimes it will not tally. They'll give error trial balance in the problem itself, in the examination point of itself. So that means problem means sometimes when it is getting tally, they will have some equal amount of transaction. Instead of debit, they may crediting the transaction. Instead of credit, they may debiting the transaction. For example, the office equipment, 5,000 office equipment. Instead of recording this 5,000 office equipments, by mistake may possible to will give this side. And the same 5,000 value of the particular transaction, instead of credit, they may going to mention the debit side. Okay, so what will happen? It will tally the total debit and total credit will tally. But the error of principle, that means that instead of debit, some expenses may credited. Instead of credit, some income may debited. That should be rectified, and we have to make the correct trail balance. So this is the procedure. Based on this procedure, you can follow. If any error trial balance is given, so based on this rule, you can rectify the error and can prepare the correct trial balance. This is the rule. Debit all expenses. If any item is recorded in debit side, you have to make sure that whether it is comes under expenses or asset. You see, cash is debited. Okay, what is our rule? Debit all assets. Cash is the asset, current assets. And next one, capital. What is capital? Capital is a liability. According to the business, capital is a liability. It is a responsibility of business. Since the business have separate soul, responsibility of business to give back your capital or give back the capital to the proprietor. Even though it is your own business, once started the business should have separate soul. Whatever you are going to contribute, it is the responsibility of business to give back. Whatever you are going to take back from the business will deduct from your capital. So capital is credited and purchase is the expenses, it should be debited. Kannan, we have to check Kannan whether Kannan is a creditor or Kannan is a debtor. Creditor means who supplied goods to us. He is called a creditor. So creditor should be recorded as liability. Okay, so because the business have to repay. And debtor means who purchased the goods from us for sales, for credit. Who bought goods from us for credit, they are called customer. They have to give back. So it will comes under the assets, current assets. And sales, always income. Any interest received, commission received, rent received, all those things is considered as income. Income should be recorded in credit side. And next, rent paid, carry charges paid, salary paid, wages paid, insurance paid, all should be comes under the debit because those things are considered as expenses. Okay, so this is called a trial balance. Trial balance should tally both sides. Sometime error trial balance will be given by them. Based on this rule, you try to rectify the error and prepare the correct trial balance. That's all. You have any doubt? So once the account tallied with the help of trial balance, then only we can move to the final account. Now you see you cannot identify that whether your business is obtained profit or not. You cannot identify here. So if you want to know the financial performance of your company, you move to the preparation of final account. So how the final account can prepare? Let me show you. Preparation of final accounts of a business. So with the help of journal, ledger, trial balance, you could not understand how much the profit earned by your business. So if you want to know the financial statement, whether you obtained loss or profit, that you can understand only with the help of a final account of your business. So how the final account can prepare? This is a pro forma to prepare the final account. Final account can categorize into three. One is called trading account, three stage. First, you have to prepare the trading account. Second one is profit and loss account. And third one is a balance sheet. Okay. Sometimes with the combination of or combining the trading profit and loss account, we can prepare. It is not necessary to prepare separately. but we have to categorize this the trading portion and this is the profit and loss portion. So what is called a trading account? What is the difference between trading account and profit and loss account? If you want to know the gross profit, we can prepare or we can able to understand with the help of trading account. Through the profit and loss account, we can come to know the net profit obtained. And balance sheet will show the status of liabilities and assets. Okay, so the liabilities and asset must equal in the balance sheet. Here, what is called a gross profit? How we can understand the gross profit? So the business expenses can categorize into trading expenses and non-trading expenses, or direct expenses and indirect expenses. What is called a direct expenses? So if any expenses relate directly related with your production or directly related with your trade, it is called a direct expenses. Say for example, if you are going to prepare or if you are having a manufacturing concern, where pen manufacturing concern is having pen, writing pen manufacturing unit. If you have small scale unit, so what are all the expenses related to make a pen? Those things are considered as direct expenses. So once you made pen, whether the pen will go to market directly, no. You need to spend some indirect expenses, some promotional expenses to make pen is available to with you. Okay, so to disclose the information to the public in the name of advertisement or promotional activity, so you have to spend some money for advertisement, you have to spend some money for administration, you have to spend money for transfer or carry the pen from your manufacturing unit to market, etc. So those costs or those expenses is not directly involved in the production. Those expenses are called the indirect expenses. So what are the direct expenses? If you want to make pen, the raw material cost to make the pen, the plastic raw material what you have bought, and ink what you have bought, and the pen nib what you have made a material purchase to make a nib pen tip, that also considers direct expenses. And the carriage inwards, to bring those material to your factory, you have to spend the carriage inwards, that means transport charges, that is considered carriage inwards. And loading unloading material, loading from supplier place and unloading in your area, production area. And wages used to make the pen, labor, some labors used to produce the pen, that labor cost, electricity charges in factory, power and fuel. If you are using electric machines, electrical machines, that machine may consume the power. That power cost also you have to bring. Or if you are using any oil based machines, operating machines with the help of diesel or petrol, that fuel cost. Or sometimes we may going for baking, okay, that fuel, wood what we are using to make, etc. So those material, those expenses, as well as if you are importing that material from the foreign country, that import duty or any other duties related to the materials, etc., everything is considered as direct expenses. So once a pen is made, you are keeping a pen as finished goods in hand. Okay, so what are all the other expenses? The salary paid. When you will pay the salary is not related to the production. Salary is related. Sometimes where you have supervisor, permanent employee appointed to concentrate the production activities, that employee salary should consider as a direct expenses. So that will be mentioned as wages and salary. So wages and salary is mentioned, is considered as direct expenses. And where salary and wages mentioned, it is considered as indirect expenses. You see, this image will show you the data. In left hand side, we have to write like trading account for the year ended. Okay, so trading account separately given here. First, opening stock of raw material, opening stock of work in progress, opening stock of finished goods. The opening stock can categorize into three: raw material. Second one is work in progress. Work in progress means semi finished goods. Okay, if you are preparing this final account for 12-month period, where your 12-month accounting period start from January to end with December, where December is going to end. For example, if you are going to talk about car manufacturing company, okay, so where car is started to assemble on 31st December night, up to the midnight they made assemble, but assembling process is not completed. So where that assembling process is continuing to the next year, that means the next day, 1st January, so that semi-assembled car is considered as work in progress or semi-finished goods that can be carried as stock. Okay, that up to 31st December night is considered as closing stock. If that closing stock is transferred to the next year for the further process, that will be considered as semi-finished goods or work in progress. It will be a opening stock. So previous year or previous month closing stock will become opening stock of next year or next month. Okay. So opening stock of material work in progress may some finished goods. For example, car manufacturing industry if you are taking, where raw material kept to make accessories for the car, and semi-finished good, partially finished. Okay, the remaining work to be completed, and finished goods where the finished number of cars is available for sale or transferred to the market. So there are three types of goods may possible to handle by a manufacturing unit. And next one is the purchase. If where further purchase is made, the purchase of raw material, and if any purchase return, what we have bought, some to due to some reason, if you have returned some value of goods, it is called a purchase return. And direct expenses like carriage inwards, what I said, and wages, freight charges paid, import duty, gas and fuel used for production, royalty on production. What the goods manufacturing by you, you have got royalty. Royalty means someone is invented that product you are going to produce. You got patent right from that company. That means you agreed to pay the royalty to the product. For example, if a company using the designs of car manufacturing company using the designs of some other company who invented and got patent from the International Patent Rights Act, and if you are going to use their design, that will be a violence. That will the patent rights violence. So instead of we have to get permission from them for using their design, we have to pay the some consideration to them. That consideration is called royalty, factory expenses, etc. Then under the credit side, how much total sales made? If any goods we got back as sales return, that should be deducted. So only net purchase and net sales have to shown in here. The sales may include cash sales and credit sale. Both the sales we have to bring here, and closing stock over. So if you are going to tally, if always 99% our credit side balance will show higher, that will be a revenue portion, and the debit side will show lesser than the credit side. The difference is considered as profit. We got this much revenue, and the total expenses what we have spent under the debit side, the difference will be considered as gross profit. Suppose if where our total debit side is higher than the credit side, the difference should be considered as gross loss. If you obtained loss at initial stage itself, always the business will be loss. Okay, why we mean we need to break the profit into two, gross profit and net profit. That means we must know where we are obtaining loss. If you are going to consolidate all the information, all the expenses and all the income, we are going to finally deduct like our family expenses. We may not where we have done mistake, where we obtained loss. To know where we obtained loss, to focus on the efficiency of business environment, efficiency of resources, what we are using, or efficiency of the people, those who are working there. That should be categorized into two portion. One is direct expenses portion, another one is that means the production portion and marketing portion. So up to the production, we have to pre-production. We have to take all into the first stage, and post-production we have to take into the second stage. Are you clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is the second stage? Second stage is called profit and loss. Okay, this format will help you. You can follow the format. Okay. So here you see profit and loss. So in many cases, we'll write here itself trading and profit and loss account. trading and profit and loss account. There itself, after identifying the gross profit, this gross profit will be transferred to the profit and loss account. This gross profit is the basic or base for calculation of next stage profit. That's how we brought forward profit, gross profit from the previous stage. And if you obtained loss, the loss should be transferred to the debit side. Okay, and all other expenses. It is not necessary to mention expenses like this separately, but whatever the expenses will come, we have mentioned here. So management expenses like office salary, rent, rate, taxes, printing and stationery, postage and telephone expenses, legal charges, audit fees, insurance, general expenses, office lighting, etc. Those are will happen during the post production. And financial expenses, which is related to the loans or bank loans or any whatever we borrowed, here interest on capital. That means owners have, the proprietor have rights to take interest on his capital from the business. When he is going to take interest on his capital, at the same time if he is taking drawings, for the drawings also he have to give interest to the business. So if 5 lakh rupees capital contributed to the business, so business is a third person. So business will have responsibility to give back 5 lakh rupees to the proprietor along with interest. If he is going to take interest, he can take. Otherwise, not necessary. It is not mandatory. Why they are calculating interest here? Interest for the capital to avoid the tax liability. Okay, so to minimize the tax liability. So when expenses will be more, the tax liability will be less. That's so expenses will be more, profit will be less, and the tax liability will be less. That is the reason they are showing us interest. But this interest will be shown in the personal tax liability. If a person going to apply or submit the tax return, there it will give the impact. And interest on loan borrowed, if loan borrowed from the bank, and discount allowed if we sold goods, if you are also allowing discount to the cash discount to the supplier, sorry, cash discount to the customer, that will be considered as financial expenses. And discount on bills. So discount on bills means you may hear about trade bill. Some of you may working in the MNCs are dealing with the payments and receipts. For example, two businessmen dealing business. Businessman A sold goods to B on credit basis. Okay, 1 lakh value of goods sold by A to B. So, according to A, B is considered as customer. According to B, A is considered as supplier. Okay, so here A will send bill to the B. The bill is called a trade bill. The bill is indicating that Mr. B is bought 1 lakh value of goods and he is agreed to pay on this date after 30 days, after 40 days, after 1 month or 2 months, 3 months. And what the B will do, B will accept that and he will sign in that bill on the bill and send back the bill to the A. A will keep the bill. That bill is called bills receivable. That bill is called bills receivable. According to A, the bill is called bills receivable. According to B, the bill is called bills payable. Okay, and when A is need money for working capital purpose or to purchase or to start his next production process, by the time he can collect cash or convert into cash, or the B will pay only after 3 months as per the agreement. Okay, so if before that, if A is need money, he will go to the bankers and hand over that bill to the bankers and discount the bill. Okay, this it is called a discounting process. What the banker will do, instead of paying 1 lakh rupees to the A, he will pay around 95,000, 98,000, or 99,000, less than 1 lakh rupees to A. Okay, the payment what he is paying and between the bill value to what he is paying, that difference he is keeping as a commission to the banker. After 1 month time period is over, or whatever the time period mentioned on the bill, so after the time period is over, the maturity period is come. By the time, the banker will send bill to the B, that means buyer. Then buyer will pay directly to the banker. So the money what the banker settled to A and received from B, the difference is called a commission to the bankers. Okay, that is called the discounting charges to the businessman. So the discounting charges, discount on bill, maybe 5,000 out of 1 lakh, 5,000 or 2,000 or 3,000, anything. Selling and distribution expenses, like any expenses related to the sales distribution, that will be considered as indirect expenses, or post sales expenses, post production expenses. So that will be considered as indirect expenses. Okay. And depreciation and maintenance. Depreciation to be provided, you have separate chapter depreciation. So that will comes under here. And extraordinary expenses, any loss due to fire, where insurance is not covered, insurance is not taken. If insurance is taken, no problem, the loss due to fire will be covered under the insurance, etc. Okay, what are all the incomes? Income should be credited, like gross profit, what we transferred from after paying the direct expenses, after meeting the direct expenses, remaining profit is called the gross profit. Interest received, discount received, commission received, rent received, income from investment, or any other type of income received, income earned by the business, it is considered as total income. So now we have to close or balance this statement. Here also, here we cannot say 99% it will show the income. How we are saying 99% that credit balance will be higher in case of trading account. Here we cannot say like that, because where the post production expenses is more than your gross profit, more than your revenue, you may going to get loss. If where total credit side is higher than the debit side, the difference in the debit side will be considered as net profit, that should be transferred to the capital account. If a businessman having profit, he will add that profit to the capital, the capital base will increase. And in case of where the total debit side is higher than the credit side, the debit side balance should be transferred to the credit side, and the difference should be considered as net loss transferred to the capital account. We obtained the loss. If we obtain the loss, what will happen? Our capital will decline. From the capital only, we may going to pay the loss. That's all. Do you have any doubt up to this? This is the final stage, is called a balance sheet. Okay. Then the balance sheet can categorize into two. How the profit and loss, trading account profit and loss categorized into left hand side is considered as debit and right hand side is considered as credit. Okay. But balance sheet, left hand side is considered as liability and right hand side is considered as asset. It should be balanced. Okay, thank you. So here you see this is a procedure under the liability side. Whatever we have marked under the liability side, it is the responsibility of business to pay those liability. Okay, if you have liability, that liability created in the business to create the assets. For example, capital contributed. With the help of capital only, you may bought some assets. It may be the fixed assets, land, building, or whatever the things. Okay, with the help of that capital only, you started to produce the goods, and the goods is become finished goods as a stock, or goods is goods sold for credit, the customer, it is with the customer, or goods sold and profit earned, that profit will be added in the capital, and the remaining balance, whatever the cash, unutilized cash, that will show into the bank account in the name of bank balance. Okay, it should tally. For example, simple example, don't think anything, only capital contributed 5 lakhs. Okay, it is called liability to the business. If you contributed capital, where you are keeping that capital, definitely you cannot have cash with you. So if you are going to start a business, you should have a current account. So that 5 lakh rupees you will contribute into the bank or deposit it into the bank. So you have 5 lakh rupees capital and the same 5 lakh rupees with the bank. So bank is considered, bank balance comes under the asset, current assets. So liability side 5 lakh rupees capital, asset side 5 lakh rupees balance with the bank. So both the liability asset is tallied. Okay, 5 lakh rupees capital contributed, it shows the liability side. Out of 5 lakh rupees, 3 lakh rupees used for purchase asset and remaining 2 lakh rupees keeping as bank balance. What will happen? You see, the one item bank balance become two. One bank balance under the asset side, one assets under the asset side, one particular assets. So 3 lakh value of assets and 2 lakh remaining bank balance. Total 5 lakh. Okay. 5 lakh rupees liability. Out of the remaining 2 lakh rupees bank balance, you have taken 1 lakh rupee. Okay, you have taken 1 lakh rupee and purchased raw material. Now you see one balance become three item. Bank balance 5 lakh rupee is divided for 2 lakh rupees, 3 lakh rupees devoted for purchase asset, 1 lakh rupees devoted for purchase raw material, and remaining 1 lakh rupees with the bank balance. Now also it is tally. It is called what? Balance sheet equation. Okay, so balance sheet equation, whatever the liabilities and capital should be equal to the assets. If assets is more than liability, it shows your inability. You don't have ability to use the asset. If liability is more than the assets, it shows your inability to control the liabilities. You have to control liabilities within the assets. So here capital, whatever the additional profit we earned, that profit should be added. And if you charge the interest on capital, that should be added with the capital. And next, drawings. If property are taken out from the business, it is called drawings. And if any interest charges, how he is applying the interest on capital, same. What he is taken from the business, he is the responsible person to give back with the interest. So interest on drawings. If any loss, okay, so it will show the second column show the net capital at year end. And long term liabilities, in addition to that capital, he also borrowed from mortgage loan, borrowed from bank loan. Okay, the asset what he had in asset side, he collateral with the bank for the purpose of borrowing loan. It is called a mortgage loan. Current liabilities, sundry creditors, bills payable, bank overdraft, creditors for outstanding expenses, income received in advance. Okay, the current liability, current assets will have validity 1 year. So if you purchase any material for credit, if you have to give back within 1 month to the supplier, he will be treated as creditors. That creditors will be kept here. Sundry creditors means we have many creditors. Bills payable, okay, same like that. What I said, the example A and B. According to the A, it is considered as bills receivable. Under the A's balance sheet, he will mention as bills receivable in asset side. If you are going to talk about B's balance sheet, he will mention the transaction with the A as A is a supplier. So whatever the amount to be paid to the A, he will keep A as supplier under the liability side and bills pay in the name of bills payable. Bank overdraft. If any negative balance in your bank, your current account shows a negative balance. For example, you had only 1 lakh rupees cash, but issued 1 lakh 20,000 value of check to the bank, your supplier. So when your supplier going to deposit the check with the bank, it will become bounce because insufficient fund, due to insufficient fund. If it is become bounce, what will happen? Your supplier or the holder of check may going to take legal action against you. To avoid this problem, the bankers is given these facilities to the customers, overdraft facilities up to certain limit. Even though you don't have balance in your bank, you can use the negative balance system. So here, the 20,000 rupees what paid by bankers on behalf of you, that will show the negative balance. Okay, so when your business is going to get inflow of fund for next sales or next borrowing, by the time the banker will take 20,000 rupees from your account along with interest. That's all. Under the asset side, goodwill, fixed assets, and can categorize into fixed assets, current assets. Fixed assets, goodwill. What is called goodwill? The reputation created by the businessman is called goodwill. That will be evaluated in monetary terms and can kept as a goodwill. Goodwill, we cannot enjoy the goodwill benefit separately. What we can do, when business will be going to sell to someone, that means entire business will be transferred. For example, simple example, if you want to understand, we can talk about the Pothys. If you belongs to the Tamil Nadu, you may aware about the Pothys. So where Pothys is a very familiar retail mart. It is a private limited. started with a small scale, and now they are having more than 7 8 branches in throughout Tamil Nadu, doing business well. Okay, for example, if you have 5,000 crores value of assets, how much? 5,000 crores value of assets. Okay, they planned the Pothys management decided to sell. If they are going to sell, they will not going to sell for 5,000 crores, because since the Pothys is a reputed business, or any other type of reputed business you can take, if they are going to charge or demand more than the asset what they have, if they are going to demand 5,100 crores, if someone is ready to pay 5,100 crores, we are ready to sell. Why they are charging 100 crores extra? Because the reputation what they have created in the market, that reputation will drive them for next 2 years 3 years, even without efforts taken by the new investor. That is called goodwill. So how they can enjoy, there are many methods are available for valuation of goodwill. So how they can enjoy the goodwill benefit, whatever the estimated goodwill estimated by them as per the law, that estimation can be withdrawn from the profit in various installment. For example, if they calculated 1 lakh, this business calculated 1 lakh value of goodwill they created in the market. That 1 lakh they will keep in the asset side. Okay, so from that 1 lakh, what they will do, they will take 20,000, 20,000, 20,000 into 5 installment from the profit. Okay, and land and building purchased by them. Loose tools like machinery equipments, loose tools like die sets, spanners, and etc. All are also considered as loose tools. Furniture and fixtures, vehicles, patent, trademarks, etc. And under the current assets, closing stock, sundry debtors. I said sundry debtors. Credit sales, total credit sales is considered sundry debtors. Whether the credit sales or cash sales, if in case of cash sales, the cash sales, cash due to sales will add with the bank balance. If in case of credit sales, that is the assets. In future, the customer, when the customer is going to pay from the debtors, it will become bank balance. Bills receivable, if you have sold by writing the bills, it's called bills receivable. According to the A, it is called bills receivable. Prepaid expenses, any expenses prepaid before availing services, it is also called asset. For example, insurance prepaid. Always 100% insurance is in prepaid nature. Insurance in prepaid nature. So, for example, if you are taking insurance today, when it will get expired? Any one of you, can you tell me? If you are going to take insurance for your business vehicle today, when 1 year going to lapse?
Before the taken day.
No, sir. If you are taking insurance today, today's date is 12/5/2024. When that 1 year time period is going to lapse? 11th May 2025, right?
Yes.
Yeah, 11th May 2025. If you are maintaining accounts on account on a calendar year basis, when calendar year is going to end, is starting from 1st January 2024 and end with 31st December 2024. So, what is the basic principles of accounting? Basic concept of accounting period concept. Accounting period concept means any transaction related to 12 months, any incomes related to 12 months and expenses related to 12 months, that only accounted in a particular accounting period. But you see, insurance you paid today, okay, accounting period is ending with the 31st December 2024. After that, whatever the expenses paid for next year in advance, like insurance for January 25, February 25, March 25, April 25, and up to 11 days for May 25. Okay, 4 months, 11 days expenses you paid in advance. It is called prepaid. That means expenses paid for next accounting period. It's called prepaid. So whatever the expenses related to that 4 months, 15 days, that will be considered as prepaid expenses. If you are not prepaid, it will be being with the business. It may be in the name of cash in hand or cash at bank. But you prepaid, but service is not availed. Okay, so that's so instead of cash, we are mentioning in the name of kind, in the name of prepaid expenses. That will be considered as asset. Okay, etc. Then finally, we'll get tally. That's all. So this is the pro forma. So if you are very clear with this pro forma, at least if you are unable to tally the financial account or tally the balance sheet, if you are posting all the items properly, you will get good marks. Just a minute. I'll show you a problem. Okay. So normally for beginners, will take around 20 to 30 days, okay, in this chapter itself, but we have only 8 hours, limited hours. I'm putting extra efforts, taking too much of stress to make you to understand. Okay, so because the time limit, if you are focusing too much on one unit also, you are going to skip all other unit, but it is very very important unit. Definitely you will have one big questions from the final account. Okay, you see, this is the transaction of that particular businessman. This transaction is taken from the trial balance. You have to keep it in your mind. The behind the story of this problem, already transaction is happened. The transaction is recorded in the name of journal entry and they classified in the name of ledger, and they brought into the summary in trial balance. So up to trial balance stage is finished by them. From the trial balance, what we are going to do, we are going to prepare the final account. The trial balance is given here. You see, from the following particulars taken out from the books of Abdul Hanan and company, you are required to prepare trading and profit and loss account and balance sheet as of December 31st, 2019. Okay, you see, the information will be given as mismatch. So we have to find out and place in a correct place. Okay, sundry debtors, where we have seen sundry debtors is asset. First, after seeing the question papers, you have to make clear that you can mark in question itself, okay, with the pencil, whether it is asset or direct expenses, indirect expenses or liability. When you can able to categorize into four, okay, assets, liability, direct expenses, indirect expenses, direct revenue, indirect revenue. You can, if you can able to categorize into six, it is very easy to bring. Sundry data is a asset. It is a current asset, so you have to bring under the asset side. Account payable or bills payable, both are same. So accounts payable is a liability. We have to bring into the liability side. Cash in hand is a asset. Furniture is a asset. Motor car is a asset. Okay. So those three items we have to bring to the asset side. And purchase is a direct expenses. Purchase is a direct expenses. Don't confuse with the purchase of assets and purchase of goods. Purchase of asset is not direct expenses. Purchase of asset is a capital expenses. That asset value we have to record in the asset side. Okay. One simply if they have given purchase, it is a direct meaning that they bought 1,45,000 value of raw material. So we have to bring into the direct expenses. Sales is a direct revenue. Okay. Under the trading account, we have to bring under the credit side. Sales return. So from the sales, we sold 2,92,000 value of goods, and the customer returned back 2,600 value of goods. It may be the excess goods we send, or it may be the defective goods, or it may the goods may not fit for them. So due to those reasons, the goods may return by them. We have to deduct from the sales. And salaries is the indirect expenses. It will comes under the profit and loss account. Opening stock is a direct one. It is starting with the trading account. The stock may be the raw material, work in progress, or finished goods. Motor car expenses is the indirect expenses. Okay. And equipment is the asset. We have to bring under the asset side. And this side, insurance premium paid. You see, they paid on 1/10/2019. Okay, 1/10/2019. Why they have paid? Because insurance is prepaid. You see, accounting period is end with 31st December. When they would have started, when they have started the business, the 1st January 2019. 1st January 2019 to 31st December 2019, it is considered as 12-month accounting period. 12-month calendar year is considered as accounting period. You see, whatever the expenses or income they have received, it should be within the time limit. So insurance they paid on 1/10. When it will lapse, I have said example. When it will lapse, insurance taken on 1/10/2019.
39/2020.
Yeah, very good. 39/2020. You see, whatever the expenses related to the particular item, if it is beyond 31st December 2019, it is called a next year expenses. Okay, so if we expenses we already paid for next year, that should be deducted from the expenses. It is called a prepaid expenses. So prepaid expenses we paid after 31st December 2019, paid for January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, up to 9-month expenses we have to remove from the 2,400. So 2,400 divided by 12, we'll get 1 month expenses into 9. Whatever you are going to get, that 9-month expenses to be removed from 2,400. Remaining only is related to the current year expenses. Cash at bank is asset, machinery is asset, wages is a direct expenses we have to bring under the trading account. General expenses is indirect expenses we have to bring under the trading profit and loss account. Carriage inwards, to bring raw material inside the business, it is directly involved with the production. So in carriage inwards is considered as direct. Carriage outward is considered as indirect, because carriage outward means after production gets over, we are spending money to carry the goods to the market. Transportation in, that also considers indirect expenses. Owner's equity. Owner's equity means considers capital. And drawings. The capital is contributed 20,000. He has taken drawings as 8 lakhs and rent and tax. Drawings still leads to reduce the capital. He contributed 20,000 and taken 8,000. So what is the net capital? Only 12,000 into the business. Rent and rates is the indirect expenses. That's all. So what is the additional information is given? You have to keep it in your mind. Every transaction should be recorded in 2 places. Okay. So those expenses what we have seen is already recorded in 2 places. The summary is given here. Whatever additionally given here, the closing stock should record in 2 places. One is the closing stock should record in trading account credit side. After sales, we have to mention as closing stock. If you are going to refer the format, you will get clear idea. And another one we have to record in asset side of balance sheet as closing stock. And provision for doubtful debts at 5% on sundry debtors. What they are saying, provision for doubtful debts means we are expecting 5% value of total debts will not get. That means our customer may possible to cheat us. Okay, total 52,000. Out of 52,000, 5%. How much the 5% on 52,000? 10% is 5,200 and 2,700. 5,200, 2,600, 2,600, 2,600 value of goods sold, not possible to get back. So to avoid this one, we have to take provisions. So what we have to do, under the asset side, under the debtors, we have to less 5%. The same 5% what we have deducted, we have to bring to the profit and loss account. As debit side, we have to show as expenses. Why this um, uh, transaction is important? Because under the sales, the sales, out of 2,92,000, the credit sales 52,000 also included. What we have sold to debtors 52,000, that also included. Okay, so we have included, and this sales will show the total profit. Okay, if any customer is not paid, our profit will affect. So for that purpose only we are creating the provisions. So we have to deduct from debtors the remaining portion, the same amount we have to show in the profit and loss account debit side. And depreciation. What is called depreciation? By usage of asset value will decline. So every businessman is allowed to take depreciation from the business and kept into the separate account in the name of provision for depreciation, because every asset will have a maturity period. Okay, if the asset can possible to use only for 10 years, after 10 years gets over, we have to replace the asset, otherwise business will spoil. So to replace the asset, whatever the guarantee period or estimated time period or estimated life is given by or agreed by the supplier, machine supplier, we have to take depreciation up to a number of years. So for example, 10% depreciation means if asset value, depreciation furniture machinery, for example, furniture 3,500, furniture value 3,500. If you are going to take 3,500, 10% depreciation, that's indirectly saying that furniture after 10 years gets over, the furniture value will be zero. Then after furniture is destroyed, what will happen? We have to replace the furniture. Okay, suddenly we may not get fund for replace the furniture. For that purpose only, from the profit a portion is taking as reserve, depreciation reserve, to replace the asset in future. And for same, we have to provide for machinery. Whatever we are taking depreciation, the depreciation should be shown in the profit and loss debit side as indirect expenses. The same depreciation to be deducted from the particular assets in the asset side. Okay, that's all. If you are going to go to follow the formula, sorry, follow this table, you can able to understand and can get tally also, because we don't have time, already 7 minutes late exceeded. So you try to prepare with the same informations. If your next class possible, I'll prepare the same answer in this uh, document itself. I'll whenever I have free time, I'll give answer in this document itself. You can use for your reference. Do you have any doubt up to this? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I'll check in there. I'll convey you, sir.
Okay, okay, thank you.
I just want to check it out. So,
So it is very difficult being a non-commerce student. If you are belongs to non-commerce, very difficult to follow in a single sit. At the same time, yeah, the one reason you have to understand, one factor you have to understand, the many non-commerce students easily clearing the CA, CMA professional examination because of their hard work. So you can do it even if you are not belongs to commerce. It is very easy to understand. Okay, so once again, those who are not present last class, I have shared the document link here. You can copy that document link and keep with you. So through this link, you can access my document. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, guys.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
So, in a previous session, we have been discussed the concepts of a bailment. So, the bailment which we are having the process of bailer and bailee. So, we are very well know about both the person or an respective a process for making a bailment. So, for by just remembering the concept, the bailer is the person who gives the product, and the bailer who is the person who holds the product. So, the storage of goods or loaning of objectives and hiring of services. So these two concepts were involved in the process of a bailer and bailee. So in our previous class, we have been discussed about the rights and duties of a bailer. So the bailer, one who owns the goods, and the bailer is an bailment agreement for certain rights and lawful. So he will be the product which has been given to, undertaken, or given to care of from the bailee. So now the rights and duties of a bailee. So bailee, that the person by making about the bailment is the responsibilities for making the agreement with the use the goods for a specific purpose, and which can be delivered and which can be given until the bailment agreement has been over. So especially a bailee is the person who receives it. So a bailer is the person who delivers the property, and the bailee is the person who receives it. So by this duties of a bailee, by an Indian Contract Act, as usual, we have been discussed in 1872. So some of the rights and duties for the bailee. So the first rights which has been displayed here, it is a right of possession. So the first right is, so the bailee has the rights that the goods can be whatever the bailment has been done. So the goods can be used for some other purpose or some other extent for a specific purpose which they were delivered, and not for any other purpose without the consent of a bailer. So they need to have a discussion, and with belonging to the bailer, the bailee can use the product for some other purpose. And then the right of expansion. So this the right of expansion for expanses. So the bailee can be have an expanses in order to course of bailment. For example, if the bailee incurs any expenses for the preservation or maintenance of the goods. So if the bailee is take caring of goods and he just wants to maintain the goods, so the bailer is obligated to compensate the bailee for such any other expenses. If, for example, if the bailer is given a car under the custody of bailee, so the bailee is receiving the car and he is just taking care of the car. So for some purpose he is using the car, that is the right of possession. Any other purpose with the consent of a bailer, he is using the car. But after by using the car, and somehow he need to maintenance of the car by making some other preservation and doing some other depreciation. So for that the bailer can be give the such expenses. The bailer has to be compensate the bailee. That is the right of expansion for expenses. And right to claim the expansion for damages. So if the goods are damaged due to any fault of bailer or any other third party, so the bailee can have the right for claiming such damages. Even the bailee must take a reasonable care for the goods. If the goods has been damaged by the bailee, but it won't be claimed from the bailer. But whatever the damages occurs due to bailee or any some other third parties, third persons, so the bailer can be responsible for the damages. If it is not happened in that situation, the bailee is not liable for such damages. So the bailee has to be responsible for it. And then right to lion. So the bailer has a right to lion, which means that a bailee can retain the possession of goods until the bailer pays the charges or remuneration. So he can be hold the product. He can be kept the goods when the bailer has fully charged the payment what they have been given a bailment. So this right of line can only be done by if the bailee has a possession of goods lawfully, and if the goods were obtained through theft or fraud or any other illegal process, then the bailer has to be get a claim from the bailee. So the process has to be take care of control of a bailee, the person who receives the product to take under their control. And then a right to recover the compensation for fault of bailer. So the bailee as an rights to recover the compensation due to fault of a bailer. So if the bailer does not disclose any faults in the goods that may be affect the bailer's position or use the goods, so then the bailee has to be suffers the damage as a result here. So the bailee has a rights to recover the compensation for such damages from the bailee. For example, if the bailer has given the goods for the custody of bailee without saying any damages, he just hide that any issues arise in a particular product. For example, he is just giving any other machines to taking the control. After that, under the consideration of a bailer, the bailee is using a particular product, but he didn't say some of the problems as be arrayed in the machine. Without his statement, the bailee does not know about the problem arised in a machine. Until knowing the problem, he is just using, and if he has faces any damages, so the bailer can be recover the compensation for the damages from the bailee. So this is what a process a rights of a bailee. And the duties of a bailee. So the duties is that the first duty is that to take a reasonable care. So whatever the product, the goods has been given to take care of bailee, it has to be make a reasonable care, and the bailee must exercise the same level of care in preventing the goods as a person of ordinary, and will also make some other circumstance. So the bailee has to make necessary precautions to prevent any damages or losses to the goods, and must be use them only for specific purpose which they were being interested, which they have been given a mutual understanding, and make a bailment in the contract there. And then the another second duty is that duty to return the goods. So the bailee has a duty to return the goods to the bailer, whatever the direction once they have made a bailment, once the bailment has been accomplished, and then the bailment has been, the duration of a bailment has been finished, and the goods has to be returned to the bailer. and the bailee must not keep the goods beyond the period of bailment. So they need to be return the goods without any other problems. And then duty to render accounts. So the bailer is required to render a true accounts of all transaction related to the bailment, and to provide the bailer with information about the all conditions and all the statement of the goods if he requested by the bailer. So the bailee must maintain a proper records and to be make all the dealings related to the bailment. So even if you are getting a high profit based on the goods condition of goods which has been under the control of bailee, so it has to be given to the profit has to be given to the bailer. So he's the having a duty of providing all the information regarding to the bailment, and a duty not to mix goods. So this is the main duty. If the bailer has entrusted with specific goods that are to be kept separate from the bailee's own goods, so the bailee has a duty not to mix those goods with his own goods. So mixing of own goods may result in a confusion, and may make it difficult to identify and return the goods to the bailer. So whatever the goods that the bailer has been given, it has to be maintained in a separate section, and then it shouldn't mix with some other bailment goods or his own goods. So it is an maintaining a proper bailment contract. And then duty not to make unauthorized use. So the bailee is prohibited for making any other unauthorized use of goods from the subject matter of bailment. Whatever the contract enclosed in a bailment, it has to be followed by the bailee. So the bailee must be used the goods only for specific purpose, which they have been given a bailment agreement. So by based on a bailer knowledge and bailer's willings, and then it has to be used only for a specific purpose. So that is an making unauthorized use. They shouldn't, the bailer has to be make any other, sorry, the bailer has to be given an unauthorized use, means it will be make about the void process. So it will not be an, a valid bailment. So this is the duty for making a bailee. And duty to compensate for loss. So if the bailee suffers any loss or damages of goods due to his mistakes, due to the bailee's problem, so the bailee has to be compensate the losses, whatever are the damages faced by the bailee. So he has to be compensate for the loss to the bailer. So the bailee must be a necessary precautions and prevent any losses or any from the damages of goods. So if the goods has been damaged, then the bailee has to be give a compensation for the bailer. So it is another duty for the bailee. And the final is a duty not to deny bailer's title. So this is the process that the bailee cannot have a title of the bailer's goods, that he couldn't have a ownership rights of a bailer, because he is just making about an undertaken of the goods. He is not the owner of the goods. The owner of the goods is the bailer. So the bailer's title cannot be taken by the bailee. He couldn't able to claim, and he is not having any other rights to making a recognize and acknowledge for the ownership of a bailer. So this is the another duty not to making about a deny of bailer's title. And then the another concept of Pawner and Pawnee. So more or less we are having the concepts of which we are considering in a business law. The person who's just making a contract. So the bailment of goods as a security for a payment of a debt or performance of a promise is called a pledge. And the bailer is in case of called the Pawner. And the bailee is in case of called a Pawnee. So the same concept we are just making about it. So the Pawner is another word for bailer, and Pawnee is the another word for bailee. That's all. So the bailment of goods or security for the payment of debt, we can say this is the concepts of a bailer and the bailee. And regarding to making about an in-depth manner. So the concept we can make in order to understand in a detail difference between the rights and duties of Pawner and Pawnee. So we need to know about what is a pledge. So between knowing about the Pawner and Pawnee, a pledge is an exemption a process of bailment. Even we can say bailment and pledge, and the promise of qualification for an specific agreement, whatever the agreement has been given and giving a promise, and whatever the point the product has been conveyed with the security to credit for satisfying the commitment. So the bailment will be as known as a pledge. So the same concept, the pledge in the concepts of a bailment. So here some of the rights and duties of the Pawner and the Pawnee. So here we have given the meaning for a Pawner and Pawnee. This is the concepts here which we have given concepts here. So the Pawner is most probably paying an interest to the loan, and he is responsible for repaying the borrowing amount within a specific period. Whereas the Pawnee is a lender, we can say is a specific pledged item. So by this, the Pawner and Pawnee can be make an agreement by having this. For example, we can say the example for a Pawner and Pawnee. For example, A lends a money to B against the security of jewelry deposited by B with him, that we can say as a. So the bailment of jewelry is a pledge as a security for lending the money. So B is the Pawner and A is the Pawnee. So especially A lends some money to B against to making a security of the jewelry deposits. So that is the example for a Pawner and Pawnee. So here the Pawner is making about the deposits of a jewelry, and the Pawnee is the making about a lending of money. So here some of the rights of a Pawner. So we are having some of the rights. Yeah, here some of the rights of a Pawner and Pawnee. So this makes some of the Pawner rights. which making about a right to retain merchandise and right to retain ensuring advances, right to extraordinary expenses, and right against the true owner. So this makes um, rights of a pawner. So this under by making the section of 173. So the pawner can be having the pawner can be retain the goods until the loan is due. So this can includes the goods for an interest or any other expenses included for their preservation. So additionally, the pawnee can have a specific merchandise, specific over a merchandise under this section. And by making about the right to retain ensuring advances. So generally we can say the right to return the pledged merchandise. So it is also to making the extent of any money that can be lent by the pawnee or to the pawner after making a pledged date, unless there is a contract starting. Otherwise it has to be making about the retain ensuring advances under the section of 174. And the rights to extraordinary expenses. So by this under the section of 175, the pawnee can seek a compensation for any other extraordinary expenses by just preserving the pledged goods. However, the pawnee does not have the rights to retain the goods that can be only use of having any other expenses, and the rights against the true owner. So by this under the section of 178A, so the contracts might be remain valid if the pawner has been pledged for merchandise, if it is obtained any a revocable contract by cancellation of contract. So the pawnee can obtain a valid title and to making a pledge if the act is good faith. So if the pawnee makes any unauthorized sales of the goods which has been provided for a proper notice and the time, so the pawner has to be follow the rights. So the pawner has to be written at whatever the pawner has to be done here. So it has to be a right to making a legal proceedings and right to claim the damages and losses based on a unauthorized disposal of pledged goods. And these are some of the rights of a pawner. And here some of the rights of a pawning. So it is just by making a a right to retain the goods until the payment. So this is the one of the rights from a pawning. So especially the rights to reserve back the products. The rights to reserve back the products. So the pawner can be contains rights to receive the goods from back once they have been promised and has been performed, even if the loan and the interest have been repeat. So this might be involved in the process of rights to receive back the product. So the first rights to return goods until payment. So the pawner has a rights to making about return the goods until the payment has been full-fledged. So other cost of such products. So for example, if A promises is gold for some credit from a bank, and in such a case, the banks has a rights to hold the golds until it has been charges any credits and any install premium amount, any sums or any advances, until the person B has been given the amount and then finish the bailment. So that's mean by a rights to return the goods until payment, and right to be the redemption of goods. So most probably, um, bailer and bailey and pawner and pawnee. So most probably these two concepts will be the same, but the situation where we are using it might be and changes. So especially in pawner and pawnee, so this will be maintained by making about the concepts of a bank statement, which is an under the custody of jewels or any other documents. So it will be maintained there. So these concepts will be undergone by a bridge items, that is in pawner and pawnee. And the another rights is that right to the redemption of debt. So the redemption of debt is that the Pawnee is having a rights to making about the performance or to promises or to compensation of debt. So the pawner does not perform such a promises or reply of the debt to such times, whereas the pawner can be contains the right to make a pledge here. So this can be pay any expenses which can be arises a law fault. So the pawnee has a rights to making about the redemption of debt and right to maintenance and some of the preservation of merchandise. So this contains that right to visualize the pledge, which is converting and maintaining the goods properly. So the pawnee has a privilege to look for a repayment, and by making any other phenomenal cost is caused. So in any other case, it cannot be hold the product within such case. So is having of rights to maintain and preservation of merchandise, and the rights to ordinary debtor. So the pawner also has rights, just like that normal debtor conferred by him or by varied, sorry, by the uh, created loss of cover. And if the pawner has been making of a end over to the pledge, so they will be have a ordinary debtor and a right to suit. So the pawnee has a rights to make a document in a suit for the recovery of obligation while holding the product by making a promised as a security. So this pawnee can be get a sue for making any other claim or any other installments. And right to sell. So the pawner has a rights to sell after making a sensible notification and the time to the pawnee. So if the time has been expanded and it has been overdrafted when the pawner didn't make the debt, didn't restore the amount to the pawnee, then the pawnee has a rights to sell the products. So the pawner can have an insufficient and assuming any other, so such products can be make about the restore to the pawn. So these are all the rights of a pawnee. And the duties of pawner and pawnee. So we are having some of the duties of the pawner and then pawnee. By just making about the duties of pawner, is just that making about a duty to reimburse a standard and extraordinary expenses. So this means that a owner is making a reasonable for a lender for any other extraordinary expenses which incurred by the pawnee by just preserving the goods. For instance, if the pawner pays for some goods and shelter for making they are pledged by any other products, so the pawner must repay these expenses to the pawnee. So before we have just discussed, for example, we can say the example if they are making a maintenance for some other products which has been given by the pawnee, so he is just having a responsible for making an expenses to claim the expenses and right to repay the debt and any interest. So the pawner is an obligated to repay the debt or fulfill the promise made by concerning any other pledged goods. So the pledged is also we can say as a bailment. So for example, if the pawner pledges a gold coin as a security for a loan, so they have a duty to repay the loan amount to the pawnee. And another duty is to pay claim and damages for compensation to the pawnee. So the pawner must disclose any materials fault or risk associated by the pledged goods, so that can be make a claim and given a compensation to the pawnee, and then indemnify the pawnee. So if the pawnee suffers any losses due to defects in the pawner titles, that is any losses by pledged the goods, so the pawner must indemnify the pawnees from such losses. And this is the duty to ensure that the product has to be protected. If any problem arises, it has to be given importance, and then it has to be controlled over without any loss and any damages. And the duties of a pawnee. So here the duties is just that by taking care of the pledged goods. So the pawnee is required to control of pledged goods. The pledged is that nothing but making an bailment of the goods which has been undertaken. So the pawnee must make a same care for safeguarding the goods. That is the duty of a pawnee. And then a duty not to make unauthorized use of pledged goods, which has been discussed in a previously that Bailey. So he shouldn't make use of their unauthorized goods. And the duty to return the pledged goods, whatever the goods has been under the custody, it has to be returned until the pledged agreement has been over. And the duty to return any accretion of the goods here. So this might be making about, it has to be the pawnee must return any additional value if the it has just making value of increases, if the profit has been assessed due to the pledged goods, so the pawnee has to be given an additional value for the pledged goods. That is the duty of the pawnee. And a duty to not mix the pledged goods, as well as before we have been discussed, whatever the goods has been pledged, it doesn't make a mixed here. So these are all the duties of pawner and then pawnee. And the another concept is a agent. So here is the concept of a agent. So agent is a person legally empowered to act on behalf of another person or entity. So a person can be legally empowered. So this can be say agent can be employed to represent a client or by another dealings with third parties. So the agent can be given a decision making authorities also. So especially we can say an agency agreement can creates a legal connection between the agent and the principal. So it just ensures the both parties to understand their duties and their obligation in a contract, and also it will be promotes a mutual knowledge that the agent obligations to the principal for making and performed with the contract. So the contract of agency will also provide the rights and responsibility of agent in a contract of agency. And also it can be describes some of the circumstances. So we can say in a business, an agent is in a business we can say agent is a person who performs the activities or make a decision on behalf of another person who's known as a principal. So, by an Indian Contract Act, the duties and rights of agency has been involved here, and we are having some of the types of agent here. So we can say some of the types of agent here. So the first type is a distinction based on limit of authority, and the second one is distinction based on the nature of the act or the business. So this might be involved in the types of agent here. So even we can be have the process of some of the three types like universal agent, general agent, special agent. So this three type of agents will be most probably comes under the industries which will operate by making these three types like a universal agent, general agent, and then special agent. And by knowing about these three types of agent, so in an universal agent, this is that have a broad mandate of act on behalf of their client. So they will be given a power of authority for a client, and this will be given a considerable authority to represent the client in a legal proceedings, and this may also be an authorized to take a financial transaction on behalf of their client. So that is an universal agent. And general agent, so this general agent or a contractor to represent their clients in a specific types of transaction. So for a specific period of time or for specific situations or from specific actions, so they have a broad authority to act but a limited space. So a talent agent for an useful of some other incident or some other category, or only for just making about a profit, or only for just making any other decisions. So by balancing some other period, some other situations, so this general agents will be occurred only for specific time, limited period or limited space. General agent. And then the special agent. So the special agent are authorized to make a single transaction or a series of transaction with a limited period. So this type of agent will be most people for using time to time. For example, we can say a real estate agent, a securities agent, insurance agent, travel agent, are some of the special agent. So this will be only for making a single transaction for a specific period of time. And this will be a common type of agent. And by this types of agent, we have been given about this express agency, and then implied agency. So this will be making a contract in an agency by making about a distinction based on the nature of act or business. So this special, general and universal agency will be based on a limit of authority, while concentrating on a distinction based on the nature of the act. So by this we are just having about the concepts of a factor, broker, commission agent, actioner, deal, senders agent, financial agent, partners agent. So this will be arised here. While we are having about the types of agency in a contract, we are having the two types of agency in a contract. The first one is an express agency and second one is an implied agency. So by having about an express agency, contract of agency can be made by orally or in written. So for an example of a written contract of agency is the power of attorney by giving it a right to an agency. So by just giving us some special powers, giving a special authority, whereas an implied agency, so this agency will be arises in any conduct of some situations of a parties, or if it is necessary for a case. So in that we are just having about a agency of stopple under the section of 237. We are just making about a stopple arises. So this might be making about a truth of any agent that makes to follow of third parties. So if they have being an absence of any other process or any other agreement, so the third party will be and have a contract by making about a agency by estoppel. That is an implied agency. And even we can say about the wife as a agent. So we can say where husband and wife were living together and they pursue that the wife has have an authority to pledge his credit for the purchase of necessity for their business or for their expenses. So the wife will be an agent for particular situations. An agency of necessity. So this will be maintained under some certain circumstance for some special situations. So the person who has been trusted with another property, and they may be occur about the agency of necessary. And by making about the agency of ratification. So this agency of ratification will be done by giving an authority as an agent. So if the person is giving an authority as an agent for some person which is the trustable person, they will be put and ratify as an agency. That is an agency of a ratification. So this will be involved in the types of agency. The same thing only, the factor which has been agency and the broker, commissioner agency. So this will be involved in the types of agencies. And while we are concentrating in the rights and duties of an agency, So this rights and duties of agency will be underlaid by making about the concepts here, by just knowing about the right of agent. So he is just having a right to remuneration and right to indemnity and right to reimbursement and right to retainer. And whereas the duties of agent is that a duty not to delegate his authority, and duty to act with care and skill, and the duty to render a proper accounts, and the duty to excuse the mandate. So by making a the contract of agency, so this will be a quite common in a business for any companies which employs the services of agency. And this will be include of hiring a human resource expert for just recruit a personnel, or by making a legal representations. Even it will be well using for the services of a stockbroker, and the agency will represent the others as principals also. So this will be an several categories for making about the agencies. So while we are concentrating on the duties, which is distributed here by making about the duties of a agent. So it is just a duty not to delegate his authority. So the agents have a duty not to assign the authority to sub-agent. So under the section of 190, it is found that they are having a maximum limits, and which states that the agent is assigned to work for a certain job and cannot be transferred the task or any other principles work for a specific agent. So they will be make the authority whatever given by a principal. And then duty to keep and protect the interest. So according to section 209, it has to be maintain and protect the interest on behalf of a principal's representative. So it has to be keep control over, and the duty to execute the mandate. So this will be explained under the section 211. So this requires that the agent has to be handle his principal's business, whatever the a task has been given by the principal to the agent. So he has to be done according to the principal's instructions, and he shouldn't have to make any other decisions by its own authorities. So he has to be discussed with the principals, and then the agent has to be done under the guidelines of a principal's instruction. That is the duty to execute the mandate, and the duty to act with care and skill. So according to section 212, the agent has a duty to care about the business which has been given to the principal. He has to be making a full care, but he has to give importance to the business and full care of the work here. And the duty to render proper accounts. So the agent has having a duty to give all the present requirements and present documents. So the agent is reasonable for keeping correct records of the property which has been received from the principal. So this is the agent responsibility to giving a proper accounts and necessary documents to the principal when the principal requires to give the documents. So this is the duty by the agent. And then a duty to communicate with the principal. So by this under the section 214, so the agent has a responsibility to communicate with the principal, and the whatever duty has been given to the agent, he has to be discussed with the principal, and then whatever the direction has to be given by the principal, that only he has to be So the agent has to be obey the direction given by the principal. So he has to make a responsibility to communicate with the principal. So that is the main duty for making a communication with the principal. And then a responsibility not to make a secret profit. This is the one of the main duty for important duty of agency according to section 216. So the agency shouldn't hide or shouldn't get a secret profit. So the agent and principal relationship must be make a mutual trust and confidence. So if the agent makes a convert profit from its agency by using the rights of a principal, and whatever the work has been assigned by the principal, based on this works, if the agent has been making any other secret profit related to the principal's a business, so the principal has a right to claim the entire profit based on the Indian Contract Act. So he shouldn't, the agent shouldn't make any other secret profit belongs to the principal's job. So the agent job is to answer the principal about the hidden earnings. So these are all the duty of a agent. And some of the rights, right to remuneration. So this under the section of 209, sorry, 219. So this will be maintained that he has to be return any funds received on the behalf of a principal. So whatever the commercial transaction has been received, and if as well as if he has been received any expenditure, any other profits, and he has to be rights to making about the remuneration. And a right to indemnity, and this is that under the section of 222. So the act has to be requires the principal to indemnify the agent for making about any consequence of any activities performed by the agent, or if the power has been delegated to him. So he has to be an indemnity. And right to reimbursement. So based on a section 225, and this act will be provide a reimbursement to the agent in case of any losses caused by the principal and any lack of ability or competency. So he is the rights to making about a reimbursement. And right to retainer. So according to section 217 and 218. So the Indian Contract Act, this agent has a right to retain any sum which has been received on behalf of the principal agency. So this will be includes in a remuneration or advances or even the expenses which incurred in the business which is given by the principal. And right to lion. So this lion has the right to maintain a possession of any other business, sorry, any other person's property until the person has been discharged. So this can be said under the section of 221. The agent is not an making about any other expenditure by his principal. So the commodities are in his control, so that he is having a rights to making about the thing until the principal has paid the authority charges. So this will be applicable the process of if the agency is expecting payment for the property. So these are all the rights and duties of an agent. So by this, we have just finishing the concepts here. So most probably, guys, all the concepts will be more or less a little bit even concept. So it has to be make a minute understanding only. So it will be a minute difference by some other concepts which have been discussed about the bailment or pledge or contract guarantee. So these all will be most probably in some other situations, it might be changes. But the concepts will be same, but the situations might be changes for using the contract between guarantee or surety and agency. So this will be most probably a minute concept. So while we are going through with the example, it will be easy to understand the concepts here. And thank you guys. Thank you for listening my lecture, and we shall discuss the remaining concepts in the next class. Thank you guys.
Thank you, ma'am. Can you share the PPT, please?
Yeah, yes, sir. I have given a mail ID, my mail ID, no. So kindly send a mail for me. I will just
I have
share.
sent the email yesterday.
Yes, sir. Yes, sure. I'm just having still 2 units to take slides. So after finishing 2 units, give me 2 or 3 days. I will be finish all the units and then I will be forward to your mail. So kindly send me a mail by entering a subject name, so that I
Yes, I
will
already
be.
sent it yesterday.
Yeah. Thank you. I will be surely give me a 2 days a time. I will be send all the units for you.
Okay, okay.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon all. This side Dr. Arohi Anand and I'm here to teach you business economics. I hope so I'm audible to all of you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so in our previous classes, we have been talking about, what is economics, central problem, and how businesses are, talking in terms of economy, what profit, what loss they are talking. So today we are going to talk about another two modules, which is very important as a student for business economics to understand and to work upon. So just Semi, are my slides visible to all of you?
Yes.
Okay. So today we are going to talk on module 3 and module 4, where module 3 talks about on the supplier side, production side, and on module 4 talks about your cost and production side. So we module 1 and 2 was basically, module 1 was your introduction, and module 2 talk about your demand, how demand functions, what are the factors, how consumer behave in a market, what are their expectations. And now we are going to read about the producer side, the supplier side, the manufacturer, the company side, what they expect and how do they behave in the market. So we first understand the concept or the meaning of supply. So what the supply says, it refers to the various quantities of commodity which a producer will offer for sale at a particular price at various corresponding prices. So three things to be kept in mind when we are talking in terms of supply, the 3 points or the three determinants or the three components of supply is price, quantity, time. That is the supplier or the producer, the manufacturer, or a company person who is ready to sell a commodity at a particular price for a given quantity during a given period of time. Now, these suppliers, these producers are guided by a law that is known as to be law of supply, which says that there's a direct relationship between price and quantity supplied of a commodity. That means higher the price, higher the quantity supplied, lower the price, lower the quantity supplied. Please remember this, it is very important because every supplier, producer, manufacturer, or a company, they always want a higher price for the commodity because of the hard work they are giving in day in out, the fruits for the labor. So this comes to the supply function, that is this function, this equation. where it is given as the quantity supply is a function of price. As the price changes, there's a change in the quantity supplied by the supplier. So what are the factors which influences the supply? So here are the some of the factors which I have listed which influences the supply. For example, price of the product. What prices I'm going to fetch for my product. Let's say I am making a bike, and if there are 1,100 bikes already available as a competitor in the market, what price I should set in so that I can attract or pull in large number of customers, consumers who will buy my product in comparison to the rest. At same point of time, I have to also look into the weather conditions. What am I, what kind of gadgets or what kind of a product I am producing? Is it according to the nature or the condition? For example, in summer, you cannot produce winter clothes because nobody is going to wear it, and in winter you cannot produce summer clothes because it's just the reverse. So supplier producer needs to be very vigilant enough as in where and what they are producing. And technological advancement goes hand in hand, obviously. What kind of technique you are using. If your technique is simple and easy, then it should give you more money. If it is very hard, very costly, then you need to think upon, you need to rethink upon, so that you can reduce your cost of production and give a more of supply in the economy. The inputs or the factors or the raw materials which is available in the market should be easily available to you, so that you can make your product easy. At the same point of time, the prices of the input should also be sustainable or stable one, because if the prices of the input or raw materials keep on fluctuating, there might be a time that sometime you'll be selling your product at a very high price, sometime at a very low price, and this can create an consumer can be confused or maybe upset with your product. So the availability of factors of production and their prices also affects transport. Again, a very important factor. You make a very good product, a long lasting product at a very reasonable rate, but you are not able to transport your product, maybe of government rules and regulation or maybe some other problem, then your supply will not be in the market, as it will be converted into a stock inventory. And obviously market structure. You are dealing in what kind of market. Like say the Indian market and the Western market is altogether different. We celebrate different festivals and we want different sort of products in different festivals. You cannot have same thing. Similarly, in the Western market they deal with different sort of festivals and they have a different way of looking to the economy. So it is very important to understand what sort of structure supplier is selling the product, where he or she is working, what are the weather conditions, what are the rules and regulations, what the possible competition he or she can face, so that he can efficiently supply the product in the market. So far, I guess so. I'm clear. You are able to understand, all of you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, factors of production, which I was talking about. So, what are the 4 factors of production? Any one of you?
Price,
Again, 4 factors of production.
land, labor, capital, and
Mhm.
organization.
Excellent. It is also written in the slide as well. There are 4 factors of production:
Em-
land, labor, capital,
employee,
and organization or enterprise. Now, these 4 factors of production combine together in order to make a product which is successful, acceptable, and reasonable for person to supply in the market. Now there, while you engage all these 4 factors, you need to keep in mind that by engaging them you also incur a cost. That means you may have your own land or you are working on somebody else's land, labor, the employees, where you need to pay a wages for them because they are working day in and out, the money or the machine which you are borrowing from the people or from the bank, you need to pay an interest for it. An organization, an entrepreneur who shows his or her skill in order to run that business. So all of these factors which are involved in the production process, or let's say in producing a commodity, they all need to be paid in such a way that they show more motivation towards a business, or more eagerness to work for the business so that it can grow day by day. So here comes to the point of production function. Now all those who are working in this production process, they are working in a relationship. Working in a relationship means there's a connection between all these people who are working in a company. All these people who are working in a company, they are working behind an incentive. They are working behind with an information. The incentive is to earn more, and the information is the raw materials, the inputs on basis of which they need to work upon. So the production function is a enterprise which talks about an association between the input and the output. That means with the use of the input materials, let's say labor and capital, which is represented by K and L, you make a combination of it and you then produce a final product. Let's take an example. Any one of you, please unmute your mic and please say your name. Any one of you?
Rinza.
Minza.
Rinza. R, ma'am.
Rinza. Okay. Rinza, do you like cakes?
Yes, I'm a home baker also.
Okay, right. Great. Thank you. So tell me, how do you make a cake?
I put all the ingredients:
What are those ingredients?
flour, egg, butter,
Hmm.
etc.
Flour, egg, butter, etc. No, there's a sugar.
Sugar, yes, of course, sugar.
Vanilla essence.
Vanilla essence, oil, maybe
Yes.
oil.
Yes, and then you need an oven.
Yes, of course.
Yes. So these are the input or the materials which are required to make a final product, which is known as Q as cake. Am I right, Rinza?
Yes, ma'am.
So this is what production function talks about, where function is basically showing a relationship between input and output. With the use of the input materials, you are going to make a final product. Now, this production function can be of two types: short run, long run. That means you are running a business in a shorter period of a time, and sometimes the same business you are trying to expand and sustain it for a longer period. So, when you have a less period of time, you usually try to work on those materials, those inputs with those people who are flexible, ready to give little extra input, and they will coordinate and cooperate with you. Whereas in long run, you have a sufficient period of time. So even though if somebody is not cooperating, you may change the person, you may change the input, you may bring in a new setup. So this production function based on the short run and long run, there are two laws. The first law is law of returns or law of variable proportion. It comes under the short run production function, and it is a very important theory in economics, basically in terms of production, which states that when the quantity of one factor of production is increased while keeping all other factor constant, it will result in the decline of the marginal product of the factor. This law basically says that if there are n number of factors involved in the production process, let's say labor, capital, technology, three of the factors are involved in the production process. And if a firm is dealing in the short run production function, then the capital and technology will be constant and there will be only change in the labor. Hence, the factors which are considered to be constant are called fixed factors, and the factor which is changing with the every increase in the production unit is referred to be as variable factors. So when this fixed factor and variable factor, these combination is made, we talk in terms of law of variable proportion. Just imagine your room, your classroom. The classroom which is assigned to you in your school days has a limited number of seats where students can sit and learn from that classroom. Let's say a classroom with a capacity of 50 students are sitting there and teacher is taking a class. Now the classroom is fixed. You cannot break the walls and expand the wall. But what you can do, you can obviously increase the number of students or number of teachers who can come in that class and sit. But that too also that classroom has a capacity. So let's say a 50 student and a teacher is teaching in the classroom to the 50 students. Suddenly, let's say the head principal come to the class and say, let's say, madam, there are 70 more students coming to this classroom, kindly adjust. So somehow the teacher said, okay, students, please make some adjustments, standing, sitting, standing, sitting. After an hour, another time, the principal comes, no, no, another 70 is coming in. What will happen? Will the class become overcrowded? Yes or no? Class, am I audible to all of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Hmm. So the class will become overcrowded, and hence it will be difficult for anyone to sit or to take a proper breath in that classroom. So the law of variable proportion also says that when the quantity of variable factor is increased at the point where the fixed factor is constant, after a certain point of time, the output generated from this combination will fall. How it falls, we will see in the next slide. There are some assumptions to this law. First, as I mentioned, the state of technology is assumed to be constant. There's no improvement in the technology. With whatever setup you started with, the production process under the short run condition, that setup will continue till you transfer yourself to the long run production function. Another thing, uh, the only factor which will be varying is that labor, while rest will not change. It will be fixed. There will be homogeneous in the factor units used, the quality of the product which you use, the quantity which you are doing, the price which you are setting, and this law is applicable only in the short run. Now, this is a photo. You can see a person is trying to produce something and he's working on a machine. Is it visible to all of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, there are three stages in this law of variable proportion. And to understand these three stages, you need to understand the three terminologies which are very common to this law and upcoming laws which we are going to study. That is total physical product, average physical product, and marginal physical product. So the out of these three, the two is the most important. Total physical product and marginal physical product. So total physical product, at times in book it is also written as total product, and marginal physical product is also written as marginal product. So what is the total product? Total product talks about the total production which you have taken with the combination of the labor and the land or technology in order to produce the final products at every unit. Whereas the marginal product talks about the addition made in the production process. Let's take an example. The fixed factor here is taken as land, which is fixed in nature. That is why it is written as 111. Variable factor, it should be written as labor. It is written as land. Sorry, my mistake. Uh, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So see, when there is no production, no labor involved, the total product, the total output is 0, and there is no even addition to it. That is why it is keep it as blank. Now, the moment 1 unit of labor is added in the production process, the 2 units of total productivity gets in. When you add another 1 more unit of a labor, the total productivity goes to 6. Then third labor, 12. Then fourth, 16. Then fifth, 18. The sixth labor also contribute to the same amount of productivity, 18. Then the seventh one, the production level is going down, that is 14. And the eighth labor coming in, contributing the same amount, 8. That means initially when the labor were, there were sufficient labors, they were working hard, and there was growth in the productivity. But as the labor grew, the amount of labor kept on increasing. After a certain point of time, might be because of less number of plays, might be because they are, instead of working, they start enjoying more of leisure, the productivity falls, and hence from 18 it goes to 14, and from 14 goes to 8. The last column of this table shows the same thing. Stage 1, where with the every increase in the labor factor, variable factor, there is a overall increase in the marginal productivity from 2 to 4, 4 to 6. Then from 6, it again starts following 4 to 0. That means the maximum amount that the labor is contributing in terms to produce the final product, it reaches to the stages of 0, and then from 0 it starts falling, goes to negative. This is reflected in your this, and this stage 1 is known as increasing returns to factor, where the factor managerial decision, labor are fresh, working day in and out, trying to reduce the cost of production and try to increase the productivity. But after a certain period of time, this productivity falls, maybe because of n number of reasons. Maybe wages are not paid properly, maybe managerial decisions are going hay and why, hence there's a diminishing returns to factor. And later on period where there's a distrust, lack of managerial decisions, lack of inputs, maybe government regulations are not working in line with your firm activity, you are getting negative returns. So the moment you shift yourself from short run production function to long run, you are shifting towards to law to returns to scale, where all factor inputs are varied in the same proportion, which takes in 3 forms: increasing returns to scale, constant returns to scale, and diminishing returns to scale. There are no fixed factor, all factors vary in the amount or in the way you want. There is no concern about the time. You have sufficient amount of time. You may try to wind up the old business, you may set up altogether a new business, or you may expand, do something, because there's sufficient time period. And this is the graph of laws of returns to scale, where the first stage is showing with the help of labor, capital, and technology, you're trying to moving up on the stage. In the second stage, you come here, you are almost in the constant stage where you are trying to stabilize the system, you're trying to grow, and you are doing your best uh, um, work, you're showing your best efficiency so that you can sustain in the market, you can compete in the market. But what happens? This sustenance after Q falls. Why? Again, the same thing. Might be there is, people are shifting from your business. Might be you are not paying well to the people. Might be the government decisions are not falling in your line. Might be your managerial decisions are not falling in the line. And hence, there is your negative diminishing returns to scale. So these are the two important laws which you need to keep in mind. And please remember, these laws are based on the time periods. Law of variable proportion, which talks about short run phenomena, and laws of returns to scale, which talks in terms of long term period where there are no fixed factors. I hope so. I'm clear till here.
Yes, ma'am.
So when we have talked in terms of production, that how production function works, how production function works in short run and in long run, we are not going to talk about the behind picture of this production. That is the cost which every producer, supplier, manufacturer, or a company is going to occur in order to produce a final product. Now, what is this cost? It is basically payment made to the factor of production in order to carry out the production process. Now, this cost, the best cost which you pay, the efficient way you pay, the better you are. Why I say this? You can see in newspapers there are a lot of people are resigning, companies are people are being thrown out from the company, or companies releasing people because they don't have sufficient amount of fund to pay to their employees. And why all this happens? Because the cost of production which they are analyzing from their view of point is not matching as what is happening in reality. So there are different kinds of cost. So the first cost is the explicit cost, the cost which you pay to the outsiders in order to run your business. Example, wages paid to the workers, payment made for the land, payment made for the raw materials, and etc. Whereas implicit cost talks about the work which you could have done in other company and get a salary for it. Rather than doing this, you are giving your service, your skills, your hard working to your own company. That is the estimated value of the input supplied by the owner along with the normal profits is known as your implicit cost. Now there are another two important costs, fixed cost and variable cost. The cost which remain fixed even with the output changes. For example, the electricity bill, whether you are closing your company or when you are not running your company, you have to pay your commercial bills. You cannot say no to it. But the variable cost, that is with changes, you need sometimes raw materials, you may need not raw materials. If you pay labors, you pay, you won't pay. uh, the other names for this fixed cost is supplementary, overhead cost, unavoidable cost, indirect cost, or general cost. Whereas the other names for the variable cost are prime cost, avoidable cost, or direct cost. Examples are there: payment for raw materials, labors, fuels, payment to rent offices premises, interest on loans, which are fixed in nature. You have to pay them without any loss of time. Another three kinds of cost: you have marginal cost, average cost, and total cost. So what is marginal cost? In my previous classes also I have mentioned marginal means additional. So one extra unit of rupee you incur as a cost to finalize your production process is referred to as your marginal cost. Average cost is referred to as per unit cost, which talks about in lump sum. And let's say in an year, what are on an average, how much money do you spend in buying, let's say, a raw material? So people are trying to ask you on an average or something in lump sum. Tell us. Whereas total cost is the total expenditure incurred by the organization on the factor of production in order to produce a commodity. The formulas are given. Marginal cost, it has two formulas, delta TC by delta Q, or marginal cost for producing n unit of product is equal to total cost n minus total cost n minus 1. The formula of average cost is total cost divided by quantity, and total cost is the summation of total fixed cost plus total variable cost. Another formula of average cost is also average fixed cost plus average variable cost. So here comes the relationship between average cost and the marginal cost. You can see that the marginal cost is U shape, a little flatter U shape, and the marginal and the average cost is also a little flatter shape over here. So you can see that the marginal cost is cutting or intersecting the average cost at its minimum. So before this phase of the graph, that is before point 4, 1, 2, and 3, you can see average cost is greater than marginal cost. Whereas after that, point 4, that is output 4, the marginal cost is greater than average cost. That means the firm is incurring more cost in order to produce a product. Hence, they need to revise their costing strategy and need to revise the managerial decision and to plan efficiently so that they are not in the position of loss or shutting down the business. So this is what is explained in this slide also, that when marginal cost is less than the average cost fall with an increase in output, and it happens till 3 units. You can see that it is average cost is following, and then here also the marginal cost is trying to rise. Point number 2, point where the marginal cost is equal to average cost. At that point, if you see, the average cost is stagnant, stable, there's no change in here. And the third point, when marginal cost is greater than average cost, that happens at the point number 5, that is output 5, where you can see the marginal cost is this much and average cost is this much. So any firm in this world, any firm, MNC or a local or any firm, will always try to reduce their cost to its minimum, because then only they can earn a higher profit or higher revenue. Otherwise, it will be difficult for them to sustain the business. You have a lot of examples in this market of Indian economy, where you have seen or you must have read in the newspaper that how a company got liquidated, or how a company just vanished over a night. For example, you must have heard about Kingfisher. Have all of you heard about Kingfisher?
Yes, ma'am.
So how did that company just vanish? Because lack of the managerial decision. Various other companies in this era of today, many of the companies, they are losing their status. Why? Because somehow they are not able to make their cost of production effective, and their managerial decision effective. And that is why they are either losing their business or their profits, their shares, their branding values, and hence it is impacting the lives of their employees, not only to them but also to the employees, those who are working in that company. Now, again, like in production function, we studied that there are two types, short run and long run. Similarly, in cost also, we have two kinds of curves, long run cost curves and short run cost curves. So in short run, we have both fixed and variable factors, whereas in long run, we have only variable factors. We talk in terms of a capital. Capital is fixed in short run, whereas in long run it can be changed. Competition, we say there are fixed competitors in case of short run, whereas in long run you can enter the market or you can leave the market depending upon the choice which you are working upon. We talk in terms of a time adjustment. So there are no time adjustment for the price factors because there's less number of time. Whereas in long run, you have plenty of time. You may adjust the price, you bring in new price, you bring in new budget, anything you want. The time period for short run minimum 6 months, whereas for long run it is more than 6 months. The curves which we are going to see in short run is based on given time period, whereas in long run we can see multiple cost curves with a longer period of time. So these are the differences between the long run and short run cost curves. These are the some of the graphs of the short run cost curves. As you can see, this is the shape of the total cost and the formula which I just showed you in the previous slide of the total cost, which is total fixed cost plus total variable cost. The same formula, but here we can see the graph. The main thing which you need to notice here that the total cost starts from the y-axis. Why from y-axis? The reason being you can see the total fixed cost is being fixed throughout the level of output. It is only the variable cost which starts from the origin. So let's say the total fixed cost for producing a product, the firm is incurring 5 rupees. So whatever may be the output he or she is producing, throughout the production process, he will incur 5 rupees. So it is fixed in nature. That is why it is a horizontal line parallel to x-axis. Whereas in case of a variable cost, since you have not employed any labor or a raw material, so it starts from 0. So when you add the 0 plus 5, it gives you 5. So the total cost incurred in order to producing no unit at a 0 level, the total cost would be 5 rupees. So that is why it is starting from here and not from the origin. The next three curves or the next 3 points or the relationship is between the average cost, average fixed cost, average variable cost. Now you can see that your average cost again is based on the values of average variable cost and average fixed cost. And average fixed cost and average variable cost, the formula for calculating is for average fixed cost is total fixed cost divided by quantity, and for average variable cost is total variable cost divided by quantity. So once the value is taken out, you will, if you plot on the graph, you will get such kinds of graphs. The interesting thing is that if you see the curves of AC and ABC, you will feel like that at some point of time these two curves will merge, but it never happens. They are always separate from each other. It just a behavior way of looking at it. Whereas average fixed cost is declining as the unit and output is increasing, because on an average your spending money on fixed cost declines. And these are the shapes of long run cost curves and long run average cost and long run marginal cost. This is the blue line shows long run average cost, which is also known as envelope curve. It is a flat shape, and this curve is derived from short run average cost. Whereas a long run marginal cost derived from short run marginal cost curve, and it is also a little flat in shape because the reason behind the why it is flat in shape, both the curves, is because the firm is having ample time to change, to bring change in their production process, to bring in new more labors, bring in new more technologies. As a result, it is flatter in shape. So the cost is incurred, the graphs is done. Now the cost is incurred. Now it's time to get some payment. So the payment which they get is in the form of revenue. That is after the sale of goods and services, the income which is earned by the seller, the company, the supplier, the manufacturer, the company person is known as to be the revenue. And the from revenue, if you minus the cost of production incurred in making that product, you get your profit. Now this revenue is of two kinds, I would say rather three kinds: total revenue, average revenue, and marginal revenue. So how do you get your total revenue? That is price into quantity. The formula is written or summation MR. It is the total income of a firm or producer or seller from the sale of total goods and services. Average revenue is the per unit of output sold in the market. So the formula is total revenue divided by quantity. So if you see, average revenue is actually equal to the price. The formula of total revenue is price into quantity. If you just replace this TR by P into Q, you will be striking out QQ. It is left with P. So average revenue is equal to price. Marginal revenue, that is the additional revenue that firm earns by selling every additional unit of commodity in the market. And the formula is delta TR by delta Q or MR TRN minus TRN minus 1. So this comes to the end of your two modules. Thank you all. So what I'll do is, I yesterday, day before yesterday, I took your classes in the previous week, and I shared some materials with some of you. So I guess you all have received those materials.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So, Rinza, my request to you is that if you have received that material, please share it with the rest of your classmates. All those who have joined today as my first class, please share your email IDs in the chat box so that Rinza can share with all of you the materials shared from my side so far. And I will also share today's material with all of you. So I request all of you to put your email IDs in the chat box.
Ma'am, we already have an WhatsApp account.
You already, so I'll send the mail, you send it there.
Okay, okay.
Yes, Jaya, this is what I'm talking also, that I'll be sharing the mail with some of the students who have already shared their email ID with me. And from there, Rinza, you put it on the WhatsApp group so that it is easy for all of them to access it. Okay, thank you all for joining my class. Please give your feedbacks in the chat box so that I can make it more interactive and more productive for all of you. Thank you once again.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Rinsa, you will share the PPT, right?
ஐயா ஐயா கொஞ்ச நாள்
Hello. Hello.